Sorry everybody, adjusting my mic here, but we're back. Easy day yesterday. We'll make one last hard day, and I'm not talking for a month. So anyway, we're back here on Cyber Monday and sort of finishing out the Black Friday weekend. It's been a huge success. We're hoping to have another great record-breaking day today here. But all other days prior to Black Friday, Saturday, Sunday were all our best days ever. So thanks for that. I'm hoping we can make today our best day ever as well in our Black Friday history, if you will. So today's goal, we sort of scheduled this out. Wanted to tell more, do some storytelling, do some origin storytelling of how some of these products came about. I can tell the backstory, and we'll grab some other stuff out of the cabinet. If you have questions, hit up the chat here. I'd be happy to help with that too. And answer questions, but I want to kind of take you through some different products and tell the story. Some of them have a long backstory, some of them are short, but I'll tell you, pretty much every single product in the OG store is some culmination of a whole lot of work and trial and error, or some story, or some relationship, or something like that turned me on to it. And I hadn't really thought about this until I was taking everybody through the warehouse yesterday. The warehouse there's a few thousand different things in there, and those few thousand things add up to the garage, or the house. And so each one of these has a story, but together they're all rather insignificant. Each individual thing is rather insignificant when you put it all together in a package. But apart, each part and piece, like I said, has a lot more complexity to it than you might otherwise think. Like take, for example, something so simple. This is the skin wedge tool. Again, this is designed for aircraft, aircraft restorers maybe, to peel the skin back, or to put a wedge in the skin on an aircraft. Where this came about for me is how did this happen? How did I find those guys? I don't remember how I found Sound in Motion Boston. So how did I find Derek and the team there? Crap, I don't remember. Maybe it was on the Porsche forum? I saw the subwoofer that they had posted. So what I was looking for at the time, when my GT3, I came from Burmester in my 911 GT, or 911 Carrera S, which was basically a GTS. And so I had the Burmester system in, which I thought was really nice. And then I got the GT3, which has like the worst stereo of all time. And so I was looking for a solution, but I really didn't want to give my car to somebody. I kind of wanted to do it myself. And so I met Derek and sort of explained to him what I was hoping to accomplish. He was a big Dynaudio fan. I'm a big Dynaudio fan. And so we were able to put a system together. And one of the gift he gave me, said, well, this isn't super expensive, this doesn't mean much, but this is something that you're going to want as you're taking apart cars in the future. And so we use this in the car stereo world because it's essentially a thumbnail. So it's about the thickness of a thumbnail, but it is metal. And if you use it properly, you can pry, plastics and stuff you can pry it out of your car relatively, or unscathed. It's just a great tool to have alongside some of the plastic tools. So we've been selling this thing for a number of years. I buy it from like a aircraft mechanic supply place or something like that. And so it's not cheap. It is cheap. I'm sure this thing costs a few cents to make. But after all the middlemen are involved, it costs me, the retail price is 16 bucks. But I always have two of these in my cabinet because I think that they're, important to have. I use it all the time for all kinds of stuff. So I think that having these, and I just got them the other day. I realized we didn't have them here in the cabinet, so I grabbed two of them in order to keep in my cabinet here, so that way when I need to pry something free, I have it. Well, I'll also have a bunch of plastic pry tools as well. So something so small and insignificant as that has a relationship attached to it. It has a story behind how I found it. And then it almost always has a longer backstory from a business perspective, trying to find how to get it, and only buying one product from a company. Same thing with this here. So this is the Flexi pad. So I buy this from a company in the UK. I think it's made in the UK as well. But this is from a company called Flexi Pads. They're like an OE manufacturer for a lot of different polishing stuff in the old school sort of body shop world over in Europe. And so Griot's Garage for a number of years had a lambskin wool mitt. So I discovered Griot's Garage in, I think it was 2006, maybe 2007. It was right after we opened our office at Merrill Lynch in the Villages, and there was a female annuity sales rep who was like really into cars, and she turned me on to this company, Griot's Garage. She's like, hey, if you're like washing, taking care of cars, you should be considering Griot's Garage. And she had dropped me a catalog off. So I subscribed to the catalog, and then my goal as a young financial advisor, my goal was to buy every single thing in the catalog, including I bought some of the tchotchkes and some of the weird stuff. Everything outside of like the decorations for the wall, I bought Griot's Garage catalog from start to finish over the course of, say, the next 4 or 5 years. And one of the products they had, which I found was really great, was a lambskin mitt. It was probably... Let's see, I started making videos in 2014. My guess is it was sometime around that time that Griot's Garage discontinued the lambskin mitt, but I had half a dozen of them. So I just remember, I don't know the exact year, but I remember they discontinued it. I had a half a dozen of them that I had bought and accumulated, and I would buy extras because the Griot's mitt would kind of wear out like after like 2 or 3 months. The skin, the skin would start to, or the wool would start to separate from the skin, and I'd have to throw it away. And so once I started building the wheel cleaning package and stuff, I had to try to find a replacement because I was about to run out of mine. And so Lake Country, I take it back, Lake Country had launched one, but the Lake Country one turned your hand black. So your hand was always dark because the dyes they used didn't work very well. And so then that's when I discovered the Flexi pads. And so we started importing this. This is the only product we buy from them, and we bring this over from the UK. Now, there is a possibility in the future that the rag company, Anthony's been watching me use this thing for years, and so they went and sought out and made their own version, which I got one in here. I'm not sure if it's better. The thing I do like, the little fabric thing that they have around the edge, which kind of makes it sit in my hand a little bit more, where this one is more open. But if we take a look at a wet one, a used one, I'm not 100% sure yet. If I feel like the wool is still better on the Flexi pad than it is on the rag company, but I'm still kind of testing that out and deciding, is there another evolutionary step? Do we take another step and do something different and continue to chase that? Is there some other thing? I've tried using like full microfiber mitts, like the rag company has one. I think that Microfiber Madness has one. But my preference is still that lambskin. The wool mitt tends to be the best thing for cleaning the surface of the wheels. It's been my favorite user experience. Now, a lot of these products, there's preference, right? So you have preference, but I've had my hands on, probably more detailing stuff than most, and then I have this kind of weird brain that seems to do well at organizing all this crap. So, and then tend to be rather uncompromising, but there's still, my preference here on what I like and why I like it, and apparently there's some value in that. I mean, you guys are voting with your wallets, and I'm certainly appreciative of that. But that voting with your wallet gives me rocket fuel to then go and chase and do something like this, like to make something even better. So I should probably sit down for this one. This is a long story. So the short gun started with, I I don't think I saw it somewhere. I think this discussion started this would have probably been on the forums, the car forums. I was never on any of the detailing forums, so I never participated in like the Detailing Image forum or the Auto Geek forum or the Adams forum. I was never on any of those. So it's kind of weird. A lot of what I learned in detailing started with Griot's Garage, and then it converted to me following Phil at Detailer's Domain, who was he was a sponsor for the M3 forum, or M3 Post, Bimmer Post. And I was an active member on a Bimmer Post before I even had a BMW, because I wanted to own one. And so that's where I discovered like Menzerna, and then of course discovered all kinds of products over the years, from sharing on YouTube and then journaling my cars. But so I can't remember exactly when the shotgun came to be for me. I think it was probably, this would have been YouTube time, because when I started YouTube in August of 2014, I was using the Krenzla, the long gun, but I had found quick disconnects. And of course, Krenzla told me that that you shouldn't use quick disconnects because it causes cavitation and can cause problems. So pressure washer companies weren't too keen on the idea of quick disconnecting devices. And so I had found the MTM M407. There was no swivel. It looks a lot like the Chinese guns that you see on Amazon now. But the MTM M407 was the first gun. So I'd gotten that gun, which helped with the ability for me to not have to get a garden hose out. Because when I was washing at the Brown House 2014-15, I would have I had the Adams hose, which was a Continental Frontier hose. Adams had it for a really short period of time. I think they were charging like $280 for that hose or something like that. So one of my first videos was me sharing my $500 garden hose reel, which caused a big stink with people, because I had the Ely hose reel, which was expensive, and the Adams garden hose, which was expensive, and the Ely hose nozzle, which was expensive. The Ely quick disconnects were expensive, but I would drag the hose out the side of the house so I could clean the wheels, and then I had the long Krenzla gun on the Krenzla, and then I had a bunch of adapters to make the original MTM foam cannon work with the Krenzla. So we had a foam cannon, but we had the long gun. Then the MTM M407 came about. I bought one of those, and then figured out how to adapt that and make that connect with quick disconnects. And then I decided, well, shoot, it's not really great that, and I don't think I wasn't getting this from anybody else. It's not that swivels didn't exist, but they didn't exist in a gun. Like, they weren't integrated. And so I had found a company, I think it was, what was that company called? It was a wholesale supply company online. I don't even remember the name of it. You had to sign up with a business tax ID, which I'd just gotten because I was going to launch T-shirts, I'm sure. And so I'd gotten an Obsessed Garage business ID also, so I could probably monetize YouTube, although I hadn't done that yet. And so I ordered a bunch of fittings in order to use a Mosmatic swivel. Now at the time, there was no Mosmatic swivel that had NPT, so I had to convert from G-thread to NPT. So there was about 9 inches of bulk on the end of the pressure washing gun in order to get to the hose. So I had to adapt to NPT, and then from NPT to G, and then you had the swivel, the Mosmatic swivel, which was like, 2.5 inches long, 3 inches long, and then back to G, and then back to NPT, and into a coupler and into a plug. And so I had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 6 fittings in order to put a swivel on the line, in order to make my hose swivel or make my gun swivel so it wasn't all bound up. So now it's kind of back and forth. Does it make sense to have all that bulk or not? And so then over the years, trying to figure out how to eliminate as many fittings as possible. So then after that, MTM M407, that's when the SG28 had come out. And so I transitioned to using, or they brought the SG28. The SG28 already existed, but it existed in Europe. And so I guess I ordered one of those, and they brought that over. And so the SG28 was which is a much nicer looking gun. And so while I was on that site buying stuff, pressure washing fittings and stuff like that, at one point I was looking for a wand, and so I bought all the MTM wands. I bought all the wands I could get my hands on, and they were all kind of junk. And so I was looking for, this is when I got the wash bay finally, so I'd moved from the Brown House to Woodgate. I had the SG28, and I was looking for a wand holder. And my timeline might be a little bit off here, but I'm just going from memory. I'm thinking about the picture of the wand holder in the MTM M407 that I had. Yeah, so on the Google, if you go to the Google Photos and you look at wash bay, sometime around March, April of 2000. Yep, so is that the MTM M407 and the bulk? Yeah, yep. Is that the Mosmatic wand? Yeah, so I must have bought the MTM M407. No, when I bought the wand, the very first wand, it's because I was looking for that wand holder when I built the wash bay. So that was March, April, what is that video? Probably May of 2015.
8 years ago, August 10th, 2016.
Yeah, yeah. So I built the wash bay in March of 2016, I believe, is when I started the wash bay. And my dad and I did most of it. So I had to like cut out the bottom of the columns because they were kind of rotted out, and we've reinforced those, did a bunch of crap. So I was looking for a wand holder, had never heard of Mosmatic. That's when I found that wholesale company. And so I ordered the wand holder, and I was like, well, I'd given up on wands, and I was using the junky, Mosmatic one. And so I threw a wand in the cart. Now, this wand would never exist had I not gotten extremely lucky. There are something like 32 different variants of this wand. There's different inlet sizes, there's different outlet sizes, there's different types of fittings, there's different type of thread patterns, there's different lengths, there's bent versus not bent. So I think there was something like 30 different iterations of the wand. And if I had gotten the wrong iteration, I wouldn't have had any kind of fitting to make it work. And so for years, while people were trying to order these wands, they were always ordering the wrong ones. And so I had gotten extremely lucky. I just threw this in the cart. The wand was crazy expensive. It was well over $100, $150, something like that. I just threw it in the cart to say, well, maybe I've given up on wands. I found the one I was kind of using. And so then this wand ended up in my cart, showed up. I got the right NPT quarter-inch fitting, so I could put the quarter-inch coupler on it, or the plug into a coupler. And then I figured out that we didn't have this fancy version where we had the nozzle separate. I wanted a quick disconnect so I could change nozzles from 40 degree to 25 degree. And so that's when I started pulling the rubber nozzle back behind it, and that's the one that that I've been using. We've sold for years, and then eventually was able to work with Mosmatic to create this version. So after that, first it was MTM M407, then this with the SG28. Then I started to get turned on all of the cool Mosmatic stuff. And so in the Mosmatic catalog, there was the original purple gun. They've had like a 100-year relationship with Suttner. So Suttner actually makes this gun to Mosmatic spec. But the original gun, they had no picture. So they had a picture of the weeping gun, which is designed for like super, super high pressure washers where it'll actually bleed off a little bit of the pressure so it doesn't explode. But they had a weeping gun, a picture of it. But then next to that, there were like 4 different SKUs, and one of them was integrated swivel. No picture, just a SKU number. And so I called Mosmatic to try to become a dealer for this wand, and I talked to Jamie about becoming a dealer. Of course, he told me no for several times, till finally I convinced him to say yes. And I said, look, I want to get one of those like guns with a swivel. And Jamie said, he claims he doesn't remember this conversation, but I remember it vividly. He told me, look, you don't want a swivel. was like, what do you mean I don't want I would definitely want a swivel. Look, I'm using the Mosmatic swivel. He says, you want an external swivel because internal swivels, when you get into pressure washing, it's a failure point and you can't fix it, or it's not as easy to fix. So you always want the swivel to be external. I said, no, I want to get rid of some of this bulk that I have in between the end of the hose and the gun. So I want to have an integrated swivel. He says, well, we don't have those here. I said, well, get me one. He says, well, you got to pay for it. So I had to pay shipping. So I don't know, I paid like hundreds and hundreds of dollars for this gun. I got it, and it was amazing. And so then for years, for at least 3 years, when I launched the pressure washing package in 2017, we didn't have Mosmatic guns in stock at all. And so that's where the SGS 28 comes about. I was calling MTM, my friends at MTM, complaining about Mosmatic, and they wouldn't get enough stock, and then Clean Right was whoring it out at like half the price I was selling it for. The only reason they put it in the store, because people were always looking to get around me and try to save a few bucks. And so I explained to MTM exactly what I wanted. I wanted a gun with all stainless internals. I wanted it to have stainless screws. And I wanted it to be like the SGS, the SG28, but I wanted it to have an integrated swivel. And so we made that gun, but I couldn't take, by the time that gun came out, I'd finally gotten the supply chain issues figured out for the Mosmatic. The Mosmatic has a ball bearing trigger. It's just a better gun, a better quality gun than the SGS28. But the SGS28 was 65 bucks. It was very usable, very, very inexpensive in comparison. So I took it on, but I couldn't ask for exclusivity even though it was my design. And so the next time around when I decided to make my own gun, which is the gun that now currently exists with Swiss fittings, so we made our own quick disconnects. None of this stuff really existed. We made our own wand, we made our own tips, and we made our own gun. We had the plug integrated into the swivel, so we got rid of even more bulk. We then added on and created the proper couplers and fittings for both the 1122 Krenzla, and so we made all that stuff. So now we only have like 1.5 inches on the end of the hose. It makes it so much more ergonomic. And then I was able to ask for exclusivity on this gun. So this gun and wand is no question the best gun and wand that exists on the planet. I decided not to do all stainless internals on this gun because it really doesn't matter. It would just look prettier. We have stainless screws, stainless inlet. It's like 80% stainless, but the external, it would have cost retail about another $125 to make it all stainless. So rather than making it what is this gun, like 200 bucks, rather than having it be 200 bucks, it would have been over 300. I decided to keep the costs lower and make it this way. And so that's how the OG gun and wand. The story's quite a bit longer and sorted. It's a longer and sorted tale, more sorted tale than that. Lots of fighting, lots of problems, but I like to think I have a pretty significant part in the reason why a short gun exists. The reason why short guns aren't shipped with pressure washers is because they're technically not legal. It needs to have at least an 18-inch wand attached to the gun, and so these have to be sold separately in a sort of a professional environment. It's kind of like for track use only, and so this sucker, if you don't have this, if you have the old Mosmatic, if you have an SGS-28, if you have the stupid SGS-35, which shouldn't exist, I can tell that story someday in more detail. The SGS-35, the blue, the aqualine shouldn't exist. So if you have that gun, just punt that thing and get this, because it's so much better. It's a much, much better experience, much, much better product. So that's the gun story, which kind of leads into the foam cannon. The foam cannon, we made the transition to griots. Of course, the original MTM, and then they came out with the MTM PF22, which the problem with the PF22 is it couldn't stand up on its own, would tip over. I worked with MTM very closely. I mean, I was the #1 MTM purchaser in the United States, or certainly in North America. And so we were purchasing more MTM than anybody. So I had a lot of pull, I had a lot of say. And so when Rob and Mike were still with MTM, we kind of created the SGS-28 together. And then their bringing the Aqualine was a response to my, OG spec Mosmatic, which I argued didn't need to exist because the SGS28 was already better than the SGS35. But they brought it here anyway. And then after those guys had left, we had done some work on modifying and making the foam cannon better. And so the new bottle with the PF 22.2 helped with the tipping issue, but we really needed a wide neck bottle, and they needed to do some upgrade, get rid of zinc, go to stainless, just make it better. And after those guys left, I felt like all the product development had stopped, and so they came up with the PF 23, which was just a goofy adapter for the current bottle or the current spray head. And so it just didn't turn out great, and so that's when I decided to make the transition. I pitched Griots on becoming a dealer, and so we made the transition to the Griots bottle. We are working on a Mosmatic. The Mosmatic would be a game changer, but I think the Mosmatic is going to be, almost cost prohibitive for most people, so won't be a really practical version. The other foam cannon that's really popular is the MJJC or MJCC. The quality of this foam cannon is so much better, and so I don't see why you would buy that when this is a much, much better foam cannon from a reputable, American company. MJJC steals a lot of IP, even though their foam cannon, I think, has a lot of ingenuity and newness to it, or they didn't just copy the rest of their products. Most of them are super janky. Where this is a better quality, better foam cannon for like, I don't know, $10 more. All stainless internals. They have things like metering that the other foam cannons don't have. The ability to screw it onto a regular bottle, the regular Griots bottle as well, is really sweet. It's just an awesome design. And so I think that this is the current best foam cannon that exists, with the potential to add in a higher end, automatically quick disconnected solution from Mosmatic. So that's something that could come here in the future. Could be really cool. So, pressure washing and short gun and pressure washing accessory story, really started out of me just being annoyed by people asking too many questions, and I didn't have anywhere to send anybody. And so then it's turned into full-on product development. Jamie from Mosmatic and we developed this together. Where I would say what I wanted, he would add a bunch of input on, like, I didn't know. He explained this tip to me. I had no idea what he was talking about. I was trying to explain it. Even when he drew it didn't make sense. So he said, let me just make it for you, and then I'll bring it and I'll explain what I'm talking about. And so this was his baby. This kind of already existed in some form or fashion in the professional car washing world, but not to this quality. And then, I was adamant about, like, this was my idea to integrate the plug but still have the amazing Mosmatic swivel. And so I don't know what improvements we can make to this in the future. There's a lot of companies. Get out of here, fly. There's a lot of companies that continue to try to make something else, but I mean, ergonomically, it's fantastic. I mean, maybe we make a high-end stainless version of it. Again, I just don't find that necessary other than the look. But who knows? Maybe we'll come out with something in the future. The one thing I would like this to have in the future is to have some molded rubberization, so that way it doesn't get as beat up. But it's pretty darn perfect. So let's see, what else can we talk about here? Can you tell the drying aid story? So, drying aid. This goes back to even further. So this goes back to Griots Garage catalog. The catalog had all kinds of like tutorials in it each month. And one of the tutorials was talking about using, now this is a terrible recommendation. So you were to use a boar's hair brush, which is a scratch machine on the paint, because the boar's hair brush wouldn't scratch, right, according to the tutorial. Use a boar's hair brush to clean. Then you spray on spray wax as a drying aid, and then use a water blade to blade the water off the car. Right, that was the recommendation. And so when I got my E92 M3, I bought their like $100 boar's hair brush. I'm like, I'm gonna do this perfectly. And I would be water blading off the car and didn't realize I was just scratching the crap out of it. But the drying aid part made a lot of sense to me. I add a layer of protection to my best of show wax, and so I get a little bit of a sacrificial layer. This would have been, 2009 probably, 2010. 2010 is when it would have been, and so the drying aid concept of using Griot's Garage spray wax, made a lot of sense to me. It was a great user experience. It helped add a layer of protection, and theoretically would add some lubrication. The next product that took over for me on that, which was the recommendation of, so I used that for many years. I think I had to credit Jared Toops for this one, but he was adamant about using ammo hydrate. And hydrate was sort of all the rage at the moment. And so I transitioned from doing Griot's Best of Show or spray wax to ammo hydrate, and that made me try out all the ammo products. And so hydrate it's basically a spray wax of some sort, but it would flash. It would you'd wipe it and it would never smear, worked on glass, worked on trim, worked on everything. I used hydrate for a long time until I started using coatings. And then the problem with coatings, so I went on a multi-year searching for some sort of drying aid that worked really well, using different spray waxes and sealants and things like that over the years. And then that's when I discovered Bead Maker. So I was at the rag company headquarters. They had a red hood there. It was the first time I'd visited the rag company, and that's when there's a video. I don't know what year that was. It was probably like 2018 or something like that. And Anthony and Levi turned me on to, while Dane was videoing me, turned me on to Bead Maker. And so then Bead Maker took off after that point. And so the thing I liked about Bead Maker is it made my coating look more wax-like. So it gave me a gloss and a depth. It had some quirks to it. You had to use a lot of product. But I had great success with it. I like Bead Maker a lot. The thing that eventually made me look for something else, lots of people were complaining about smearing. When we had moved when I had moved from Woodgate to Harbor Hills, that's when I had experienced Bead Maker for the first time out in the elements. So I didn't have my wash bay anymore. So I was just washing it out in the windy parking lot at HQ. And I was getting all kinds of smearing. And so I'm like, man, this is really annoying. So my brother-in-law, Bob, he wasn't my brother-in-law yet at the time. Him and my sister, they detail cars, and they had started detailing. And he discovered this company in New Jersey. They had a product called, what was it called? Jersey Devil Waterless Wash. And the other, what did they call it? What did they call Slipstream? It was pink.
Jersey Devil or something?
Jersey Devil was the waterless wash. The other one is called something else. The one that eventually became drying aid. So he said, man, you got to try this. I'm like, whatever. And he sent it to me, and I threw it away. Well, my dad pulled it out of the trash. He took it out of the trash, and Bob had sent him some too. And so I was on a podcast with Papa Smurf. Was it Mike's Auto Detailing and somebody else? There were three of us or four of us on the podcast, and the product that I had thrown away was behind him. And I think I had asked him something to the effect of, ask the guys, what's the latest and greatest? What's a product that I'm missing out on that you think is great? And that's when he said, crap, it still exists. Google that Jersey Devil, and what the heck is it called? It's going to drive me crazy. I think he still has it on the site. So it's not that one, it's the pink one. Topper, that's what it's called. So Topper is what the product's called. So he said, yeah, man, Topper, this stuff is amazing. It's way better than Bead Maker. It looks like Bead Maker, but it flashes and doesn't have the smearing. You don't have to use as much product. So then I'll call my dad, and he said, well, I still got it. Let me bring it back to you. And so then Tommy and Bryce started using it a bunch. We're using it on like on a bunch of my cars. And so I reached out to the guy. I said, look, I think we got the next bead maker here. And so, I forget what the guy's name. I think it's Mike, the guy who now is Phoenix EOD. So he was the one who was running the company for. So it's what's the company called? It's Fusion. What was the parent? What is? Extreme Solutions. That's right. So, I mean, that's why I threw it in the trash, because it was X, not E-Extreme, it was Extreme Solution. I'm like, oh, geez. And so I called and talked to the guy who was, the head of their marketing, and then I got the owner on the call, and I said, what's the story of this stuff, man? I wanted to know what the story is. First, can you make a ton of it? And then secondly, I'm like, who's making this? Where are you getting this? I didn't really care. I just wanted to know the story behind it. He said, and he told me, he's like, yeah, we're mixing this up in the back. I have a blending facility here, so we're blending it, and so I think I can make as much as you need. And so what I didn't know is he got off the phone and hung up and called B&B and tried to get the product made. Well, they jerked me around for a while and it just didn't feel right. And so my buddy Scott Smith, who had developed the tire dressing with B&B, said, man, I think I have this product already. I think I already sent it to you. I think it's B&B Slipstream. But the guy had assured me, no, this isn't some blended product. This is a product that I'm making. All he had to do was tell me it was B&B Slipstream, and I would have bought it from him. And so I'm like, the whole conversation was shady, and the pricing, the whole thing was weird. And so then I just went to B&B and said, look, what's the story with Slipstream? And so they started sending me some samples. And then we found that the color was staining and the scent was making it's already pretty unstable. The product is remarkable, but the chemical structure of it's unstable because of the silicone they have to use. And so I said, well, can we just take the color and scent out of it? And that's where OG Drying Aid was born. So born out of a freaking mess of a relationship, and so a bad relationship, that I would have just been happy to buy it from them. I didn't want to bottle it. I didn't want to do the work. And they just freaking jerked me around. It was lying to me up and down, left and right. And I'm like, all you had to do is just tell me the darn truth, and it would have been fine. So that's where Drying Aid comes from. And, I've continued to try all different types of, toppers or spray sealants or drying type devices. And I'm looking for that gloss. I'm looking for it to wipe off easily. I'm looking at it to work in all conditions. I'm looking at it to work on trim and glass, play well with coatings, play well with my glass coating, play well with everything on wheels and my wheel coating. And I've yet to find anything else that's even close, like nothing even close. And so, I guess if you have something I should be considering, you can send it to me or don't send it, just tell me what to get and I'll get it. But nothing else again, I'm not looking for longevity here. I'm looking for it to perform well as a drying aid, to top my coating, improve the look of my coating, and have a great user experience.
54% of them said they have tried drying it, the other have not.
Yeah, if you do that step, so if you wash your car and you blow it off with a leaf blower or not, and if you have a coating, some waxes it won't play well with. I don't know if it plays well with, I think it does with 845, but I haven't really tested it long term. Back in the day, some of the spray waxes would clog up and make the coating funky. And like I was using Optimum spray wax, and it would jack up the G-Technic coating, or vice versa. What was I using? I was using something, and I put it on Colonite, and it just didn't play well together. But it plays well with almost everything. If you do that step and you're using something else, I think you're making a mistake. Maybe not a mistake, but you could have a better experience. It would look better, function better. It's better than Reload. It's better than better than Elixir. It's better than, what else would you be using? C2V3 or C2V4. Those products, C2V3 and Reload, are not really designed to be used every wash. It's better than Bradley's new product, Amplify. It's better than Bead Maker. It's better than what other products would there's tons of them out there. It's better than all of them. So until I find something that works better, I'll gladly change it. And the only reason I put the OG name on it is because B&B doesn't really sell Slipstream, standalone. So, and I needed it without color and scent because theirs is orange and has a scent to it. So I wanted that taken out to make the product more stable. It's freaking amazing. So until I find something else, I think you're missing out. It's pretty darn good.
Yeah, there's 42% of people who have not tried it yet.
So what else do we want to talk about? So then tire dressing comes right around the same time. The story is pretty much the timelines cross over. So Scott Smith is a tire dressing connoisseur, and so he went on his own little personal journey to find a dressing that he liked that worked really well. And then he was big on scent and all of that. And so he asked if he could send me some products to test out, specifically tire dressing. Bryce started using it and really turned me on to it and said, look, you got to start using this tire dressing. It's pretty sweet. We were using CarPro Pearl, which is a decent tire dressing. Before that, it was Adams VRT. Adams VRT and Chemical Guys, whatever their one is, are pretty similar. Decent. All tire dressings have their deficiencies. I do need to try CarPro's Dark Side. A lot of people told me put Dark Side as the base layer and then OG tire dressing on top of that. I've yet to find a tire coating that really works well and makes the tires look great. This product Scott had tried, and so I asked him. I said, "Well, can I just buy this from you?" And then eventually he wanted to do something else, so I bought him out. I didn't have to do that. I could have just gone to B&B and made it my darn self, but honoring the source of the information. So he and I think I bought it from him and then bottled it, and he would buy the bulk and send it to me, and I would pay a markup on that, and then eventually I bought him out. He asked a reasonable number. I don't remember what I paid him, but to buy him out, so then I would get all of because he wanted to do something, some other investment or something. And so that's where OG tire dressing comes from. So it's a B&B product. It has silicon dioxide in it, and it has, do we know, what is the scent called?
I think it's called Fruit Slices.
The scent is called Fruit Slices. It smells insane. It's, I'm kind of a scent guy when I'm a scent guy, but not when I'm not. I don't think scent in a detailing product matters, but it can make the user experience fun. And so that's where the tire dressing comes from. Again, I think it's the best tire dressing currently available. I don't know that there's a way around the blooming and oranging, and I just stopped using tire dressing altogether on trucks. It's just too hard to deal with. Unless your truck is like your main car and you're washing all the darn time, I'm just using mineral spirits on it.
Why don't you use the tire dressing on engine-made plastics instead of hyper dressing?
I don't think it does very well on plastics. I think it may be the silicon dioxide in it. It gets a little too shiny and slimy. I would rather use Pearl on that if I'm going to try to dress engine-made plastics. But the spray-on walk-away of hyper dressing is the only other product that does anything like it is Motorplast from Kosh Chemie. But I just think I tried to transition to Motorplast, but the hyper dressing when hyper dressing wasn't available, but it's just not as good. It's the magic of hyper dressing. Spray it on 4-to-1, the look that you get, I find that there's nothing better. Another question would be, why don't you just use hyper dressing on your tires? It doesn't do as well on tires as OG tire dressing does. So, you know, you could, if you're looking to save some money, you could just pick one and try to use it on everything. If I was going to pick one and use it on everything, I'd probably just pick Pearl, CarPro Pearl. That's why we still have it in the store. But I think that the best is to have dedicated product for the task. And so OG tire dressing on the tires, hyper dressing on the engine bay would be my recommendation. So let's talk Pressol here, so I can get you up to speed on where we're at. My email is 50% done. Gosh, the new labels are so good. So Pressol happened. I always want to honor the source, and I can never remember. I think it's Gregory, and he always reminds me, and I always forget his name. Let's say, I think it's Gregory V. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. So I had done several videos, you know, and several different experiments of buying every bottle that I can get my hand on. U.S. Plastics, the Carried Company, a bunch of obscure companies, trying online. I'd met several companies at SEMA. I even flew to, when I was in California, I met with a bottling company. I went and looked at different molds and different bottles and, you know, and talked about making my own stuff. The problem wasn't so much the bottle, it was the sprayer. And I've come back and forth on Mercury, the Quasar stuff, Quasar Mercury stuff, many times. And every time I get them, they're just so underwhelming. The performance, I think they look fine. I didn't like the bulk of the bottle. Of course, IK came out with a very similar bulky bottle that I didn't love, and they just have a cheap, you know, 30-cent sprayer on it. I believe it's a Canyon sprayer that's on the IK. There was some real promise that IK would come out with something great, and so in this Pressol process, so. A follower sent me an email, said, hey Matt, I was in the body shop somewhere or in some sort of mechanic shop, and I saw this bottle, and it said, and he took a picture of it and emailed it to me. It was orange and it had the Pressol logo on it. He said, you might want to check into these, after I had done, you know, a bunch of different videos of me sharing every bottle and every sprayer I could get my hands on from all over the world. And so I found the bottles at eBay Netherlands, even though it's a German product. It's the only place I could find to buy it online. And so I paid, I think it was $110 shipping per bottle. The bottles are something like, you know, 18 or 20, 25 bucks US. So I paid hundreds of dollars to get 3 bottles. One was the black, you know, curved neck. The other 2 were so it was the black bottle with the industrial spray head, and so the curved neck 360 degrees or 180 degree sprayer, and then it was 2 of the orange ones with the cheap spray head. So the orange ones were terrible, and the black one was really promising. And so I came to you guys and I made a video. I said, look, I think I found the bottle, and so I reached out to the company. To Pressol. We had a German translator, and then they eventually connected me with Jolanda, who's bilingual, speaks English. And I pitched her the idea. I said, I think you have the best bottle and sprayer, and so I'd like to order, you know, several pallets of them. But I wasn't sure how well they were going to work. And so actually, before she sent me pallets, she sent me one of all the bottles and sprayers. That's right. So I had her send me the red, the garden, the green ones, all of them. And so I was able to use them for a little while, and they all worked. They're all fine. But I wasn't sure about the long-term viability of them. I didn't have any tips fail, I didn't have any sprayers fail, everything was great. So I went to you, the audience, and I said, look, I paid like $400 to get 3 bottles. And bring them over here. I'm not going to ask you to do that, but what I'm going to ask you to do, we need to vet these things. So I'm going to bring over, you know, a couple thousand of them. I'm going to pay for that, take the risk. I need you to buy them. No warranties, no questions, no complaining, no reaching out to Pressol. Just throw them away if they don't work. And so that was 6 years ago, I think, you know, when I first launched this idea. I wanted to crowdfund it. When is that video, Nick?
5 years ago, April 15th, 2019.
Is that the first one? I feel like I had them before then.
This is when you got your.
That's when I got the first, it was 6 years, because it would have been a year before that before I actually put the deal together to get them to send me the pallets of stuff. So then I had that honest conversation with everybody, and I said, look, I want to do like a Kickstarter or something, but no one would want to be involved in that. In creating, I don't know what Pressol spent to manufacture this spray head to start it, but I'm sure it was at least a couple $1 million, which I didn't have to develop just on a spray bottle. So I wanted to start with a great platform and then work our way up, and see if we could take that great platform and make it better. So I asked you guys to buy them, sight unseen, don't frickin' complain. I was very, very bombastic, very, in your face, because I didn't want people buying them and then complaining. Because I also had learned over the years that if you get like real American animated and excited with the Germans, that doesn't do you any good. They believe the product is perfect. We know the product's not perfect, but I think we can get to perfect. And so over the course of the last 6 years, we had, failed tips. We had failed, function. We had one point to where they had transitioned to robot testing, and so none of the spray heads worked. So we got a whole batch of like several thousand spray heads that didn't work. And so through this process, we've had, failure after failure. Labels won't stick, bottles would panel. So every possible, negative outcome has happened. But even with that, it's still the best bottle and sprayer experience. I thought atomization could be better, and so we'd gotten to the point to where, hey, you just know that you use certain products, heavy surfactants, things that are high alkaline are going to be a problem for the sprayer. Certain surfactants are going to eat through the spray head, so the spray tips are going to fail, so just buy a bunch of spray tips. And so most of us that have been using these over the last 4 or 5 years still appreciate the experience, appreciate the look. We've been able to get the adhesive to work really well, and so we've been able to make a matching label for them. So many of you have really helped and support this and bought them, even though they've been a struggle. Some people didn't like dealing with it and they just threw them away, which is fine. But for me, it's still the best looking and the best performing user experience with a bottle and sprayer. But now, 6 years later, and so we're going to place our first container order, roughly 20,000 bottles and sprayers. So this is a brand new spray head with different internals. We're about 5 months into breakbuster testing and hasn't failed, so we should be good there. The tips they atomize better. And they're stainless, so the tip is expensive, but I think worth every penny. The bottles are now done in, this isn't one of them, but the actual bottle is now fluorinated. So the fluorinated bottle won't panel. Actually, if you look at the Tarex here, the Tarex bottle, Tarex is the proof. So this has been sitting here. So this is the new bottle. It's slightly different hue color-wise in order to get the fluorination, but the fluorination ensures that even a product like Tarex that permeates and will cause the bottle to suck in and then have the product permeate the exterior, and the labels would fall off. The label now sticks, and so we have this great combination. I think the bottle is not going to go up much. What do we sell this for now? Is it $16.95?
It's $15.95.
$15.95. So it's going to be $3 more. So it's going to be $18.95, and that's the goal. So that's what I'm pitching them on. There's substantial cost difference in fluorination, substantial cost difference in the seals used, and substantial cost difference in the certainly in the machining of the stainless steel head, stainless steel tip. But it atomizes exactly how I'm hoping. I think there's still future improvements we can make. I'm not sure what it is, but I think we will. And then we also have a silicone tube, and this one isn't it. I got a weird combination of stuff going on here. I don't have a silicone. Oh, here's the silicone tube. This is the original prototype version.
It's on your tar when we were bought it.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are messing me up and swapping my stuff, yeah. So you just swap the tip. Yeah, you're really messing me up here. Oh wow, even the plunger is different. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So here's the tip. Super, super cool. You do need to be careful because it's metal and plastic, but it threads on nicely. We have more than 180-degree function because we have a weighted silicone tube. And then we also have little clamps that hold the silicone tube in place. So it holds the filter and tube in place so it doesn't fall off. So there's like a little spring-loaded clamp on there as well. And if it works with Tarex, man, this will work with everything. It's freaking awesome. So they're going to be, I think, $18.95, and I think the 500 will probably be $2 less. I think $1 or $2 less. This is the wrong size label, but we're going to have all different types of label combinations for them, and I'm going to be placing the order here, hopefully today or tomorrow. So we're probably 4 to 6 weeks out from OG having them, and then I'm going to make these things available all over the darn world. So then we'll have them in the UK, we'll have them in the EU, we'll have them probably in Japan. We'll have them also in Australia, Canada. We're going to be all over the place. It's going to be great. I'm going to have retail partners that are selling them as well, and then we're going to be bottling product directly in them. So long story, long-term story, a lot of pain and suffering, a lot of reputation staked on these things, and I finally got what I want. It's going to be freaking amazing. It's going to look the part, it's going to function the part, and we're going to have, I think, it's going to become the standard. Now, we're also making a entry-level bottle and basic sprayer to put the OG product in, put all of our products in, but we'll also have the premium version with Pressol. We'll have squeeze bottles too. Those are coming, so actually I'll be ordering the squeeze bottles as well. The problem with squeeze bottles is figuring out how to put a label on it. And then gallons are next. So I want to have a matching gallon with the same design. So it's going to be pretty sick. And it's been a labor of love that's finally coming to fruition. What else do we got here?
Talk about the bucket package behind you for GSF.
Oh yeah, buckets. Buckets are always create a nice controversy. So, when did it start for me? Grit Guard had a really expensive, it was a lot of money for me at the time, but they had a 2-bucket system, 5-gallon bucket. It was branded Grit Guard, it was ugly. It had metal, the little metal stays, had 2-inch wheels, 2-inch casters that were orangish red, and it was black. So it just said Grit Guard on the front, and it was I think 2 black dollies that weren't as nearly as sophisticated as they are now. And so I had bought that from Auto Geek, and it was one of those things I'd held off, and I finally just pulled the trigger and bought it on one of their 15% off sales or something stupid like that. And then I couldn't live without the 2 buckets. And then eventually I realized, well, I really want a 3rd bucket. And so I got a single bucket versions for my wheels, and having the Grit Guard in there and having the 2 buckets separate, I thought was really, really cool. The problem I was struggling with is every time I washed Michelle's, every time I washed a bigger car, I was washing, Michelle had an Explorer at the time, and I'd always run out of water and always have to refill it with the 5-gallon bucket. So I'd have to go add a little bit more water, which was annoying on the way I had my pressure washer set up. And so I went and kind of like I did with spray bottles, and I went and bought, I think I ended up with 27 different buckets from like 10 different manufacturers. And so I bought hundreds and hundreds, I think it was several $1,000s worth of buckets. And so I was testing the tensile strength and looking at the material they were using. And I started washing with a 5-gallon, 6-gallon. There's also a 7-gallon bucket. I found that the 7-gallon looked a little weird, and I always ended up with a couple extra gallons of water. So I found that the 6-gallon looked the best, but also functioned the best. And then, of course, the Grit Guard had Gamma Seals and started using Gamma Seal stuff. And so everybody was always asking me what buckets I was using. And so I decided to put it all together. So I ordered the buckets, ordered the Gamma Seals, ordered all the parts and pieces, put it in a spreadsheet, did some of columns, and it turned out to be, with a 30% margin, was like $295. The box cost a bunch of money. The box to put this in is like $5 or something like that, just for the box. Shipping is crazy expensive, and darn near broke the internet. You know, people were so angry about that. I can get that for less. When, you know, I can add that, you're making a fortune on this. I said, well, no, I'm getting like a 30% margin on this. And I'm selling it at the same retail price that everybody else is selling it. The problem is it costs a lot to ship it, costs a lot for the parts and pieces, and all these individual, you know, things all put together cost a bunch of money. There's not much we can do about it other than add it up and make it available to people. The vinyl costs a lot. The Gamma Seals cost a lot. And so what we have to look forward to this year is, I think we're going to make a bunch of different colors. We're going to redesign our labels and create a whole suite of different options for you. We're going to do some like bucket drops this year. So I have big plans to set that up for you guys coming in the future. Blue buckets, black buckets, you know, different versions and different color waves, hopefully different casters. The new Grit Guard rollerblade wheel, don't do that. I think that's terrible. It's not good. Let me go let Chase in. He's going to bark all day. He's ready. You ready to show off, buddy? So yeah, the buckets are, come on up, come say hi to everybody. Come on. You like the buckets, don't you? You like the buckets? Everybody likes the buckets. Everybody except for the internet, because they can get it for a lot less. I'm just waiting to see how and where. They can get it for a lot less, buddy. If you buy buckets from Uline, you have to buy 5 of them. And then you have to pay to ship them. And it ends up costing you like, you know, $40 a bucket.
Yeah, but those are the same people that go and buy the Yeti buckets, which are like $900.
Yeah. The problem with the Yeti bucket is it's only 5 gallons. Yeah. I like the Yeti buckets. It's only 5 gallons, buddy. 5 gallons is not what we're looking for. We need 6. Yeah. I like the buckets. I think they're great. We've sold thousands and thousands of the bucket packages. I think it's a great gift. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to come up with some different, you know, bucket drops this year. I think it's going to be cool. So I don't know what Nick and Tommy are waiting on, but I've been asking them to make me some buckets for 6 months now. It's like in printing money. Apparently money at like 200% margin according to the internet. So I think we should do it. Chase, what do you got to say? You been a part of this process? Remember Jetta? Jetta didn't know how to wash. Chase knows how to wash. Jetta did not know how to wash a car. Right? Does not know how to do it. What else do we got here? So we got the built Hamber stuff, the built Hamber story. Traceless, obviously, is a great product to buy. I was just at HQ yesterday. We got tons of it, so we're good. So let me pretend. No, let me pretend. We're almost out of it. You should buy it right now. Yeah, you should buy it. It's on sale. So the traceless, touchless story is not a very sordid one, not a very long one. I pitched Pete 4 years ago about what I'm doing now, where we just sort of market it my way, and not have a bunch of like regional sales reps, and make sure we don't let it go all over the place, and make sure that the retailers that are selling it are really representing it well, and we don't gouge the price, and we keep the price integrity and all of that. But I was, especially when waxing, wasn't really a big proponent of using snow foams because it would strip my wax off. And there was a short little stint there where a bunch of people were proposing this idea that you would, remember when Scott from Dallas Paint Correction was talking traffic film, and he had all these dorks using the word traffic film. Well, you got to strip the traffic film off. So you just use purple power, strip the car, and then you just re-wax it every single time. I'm like, that sounds like a terrible idea. First of all, you're going to nuke your trim in like a year. And secondly, why would you want to strip off all that work you put on putting the sealant or wax on? Because if you spray on a silicon dioxide, a water-based spray sealant, it doesn't create there's no cross-linking with the clear coat. There's no attachment there's just basic attachment to the clear coat. And so you have all these gaps in between the attachment points. And so you're not really getting any protection. You're just getting water beading. Because we're not so much worried about the size of a water droplet. We're worried about chemicals and stuff sticking to the paint that are much smaller than that. And so using a snow foam would generally strip off your waxes and original coatings, or at least damage the coating. And so we needed some companies to really spend some time doing market research, doing some chemical research to find a product or create products that would clean the surface but not strip the surface. We wanted to attack the dirt but not attack the protection layer as much as humanly possible. And so built the Hamber just makes sense to me. The amount of work that he's done, and then watching Forensic, work with it for years, and Bryce and I, Bryce had gotten some of it and been using it for a while, and he said, I think we should restart that conversation with Built Hamber again, and so here we are. And so then, luckily, Pete had created a remarkable, what they call super wetting glass cleaner. So traceless is a remarkable glass cleaner. Touchless is a remarkable snow foam or pre-cleanser. Atomac is a remarkable rust inhibitor. And so you have these products that are very economically priced and then remarkably performing, best-in-class performance. So it's something that I think that makes sense for the wash process or the car care process. And so this time around, I'm learning how to put a deal together. And so rather than making a market in a product and not being able to sell it because I don't have it in stock, instead, I'm becoming the market maker and the market distributor for the product. And so traceless and touchless are two of the first products I'm able to do that with. Did the same thing with the Mosmatic gun and wand, and then continue to do that more in the future. Innovate, improve a product, and then be the worldwide distributor for it. But make sure that you have access to it everywhere in the world. That's one of the long-term goals. Same thing, GFX is the snow foam, or is the pH foam or pH soap variant. So this is what I'm using for all washing with the Christmas scent, and we still have some of these. So yeah, you should get this. I think everybody should buy 3 or 4 of these. And but this is a pH neutral soap designed for your regular washing. They say it's a pH of 8, but it's pretty close to neutral, and has an amazing smell to it. Let me see. You can peel this label back. What is behind here? I don't think I've ever done this. Oh wow. Oh, it's just different languages. And then it stops peeling like right there. Yeah, it's Spanish, French. That's cool. We could do something like that, couldn't we? With our labels, where to get all of the documentation you need on there, you can have it just peel back. It kind of messes it up, but I guess maybe not. That's pretty good. That's all I got, Mike. That's my stories. What other stories do you want? Anybody got any questions for me?
I mean, we talked about this on the other stream, but like, what qualifies these products to be? Like, what do you look for? You know, functional excellence, basic.
So the question is, what qualifies these products? What qualifies any product? You know, I'll go back to my pencil and pen example. You know, that where I've been using pencils and pens my whole life. I have some that I kind of like, but I don't know. I get interested in it, and for whatever reason, mainly because I was looking for something to. You know, I got my new desk, and I don't even really want to use the pencil or pen, but I'd like to have like the best pen, the pen that I like the most at that desk. And so it created, there was some sort of catalyst, some reason for me to start doing digging, start doing research, start searching online, trying to watch some videos, find the subject matter experts on the product. The thing that happens almost every single time, you can usually find a subject matter expert, but you can almost never find somebody to take a stand. This is the pen that you should get. They're afraid of alienating, or I don't know what it is. This is the thing that I take such satisfaction in. Hey, stupid, this is the best soap. Buy this soap. Instead of being so open-ended and ambiguous, and I need to be able to test soaps. So I think that's nonsense. Just frickin' tell me what soap to use. Tell me what pencil to get. And so because no one's telling me what pencil to get, I gotta buy a bunch of pencils. But I really like doing that. I find it to be fun. So I'm going to waste, let's say, what did I say? I bought 22 different pens. I'm gonna end up throwing away 21 pens because I'm gonna find the one that I like. And I probably won't throw all 21 away, but right when they get here, I'll start writing down on a sheet of paper, and I'll throw away at least half of them. So they'll just get thrown right in the trash right there, given away or put somewhere. They have to exit my life. They can't just go in a drawer, because with what I do, I would end up with stuff everywhere. I'd have crap floor to ceiling everywhere that I exist. And so you have to get rid of it, have to get it out, give it to somebody, throw it away, you know, depending on how I'm feeling, depending on the mood. Sometimes just throw it away and I don't tell anybody about it because that freaks people out. You're like, oh my gosh, you just wasted something. Well, sometimes you got to waste in order to solve a problem that I have. So then I get all the pencils and pens, throw away half of them, kind of work through the others, and then I'll find the one that I like. And then there's a requirement. There's a certain requirement of if I was doing this, if I was doing that pencil or pen discovery just for business or just for YouTube or just for other people, I don't think it would work. So if I'm searching for that pen for you, it doesn't work. I have to, now this can come across as very selfish, but I have to search for that pen for me. Because otherwise I'm going to, you start to get all inclusive, and you start to justify, and you start to say, well, this person might like this, or that person might like that, and a lot of what ifs. What if? I need to get rid of all the what ifs and just figure out this is so. So I've decided that this ratchet is the ratchet for me, and if it's the ratchet for me, and I'm going to take a stand, hey, stupid, this is the ratchet you want to buy, then that solves the problem that everybody's looking to have solved. Just tell me what ratchet to get, and I'm going to buy it. At least I don't have to buy 22 ratchets. I don't have to buy 22 pencils. I'm going to buy that one, Now there's a chance that I'm going to buy that pencil or that pen or that ratchet. There's a chance that you buy this ratchet and you don't like it. There's a chance. But there's a much bigger chance if you buy 22 ratchets that you're not going to like. That you're, 21 of them you're not going to like, or not going to like as much. So you're going to have to waste a bunch. So I'm saving people a lot of the trouble. And let's say that there's 1,000 items in the store and you buy all 1,000, and 10 of them you don't like, or didn't like as much as you would have liked to have liked it. I'm getting you there like 99%. I'm getting you to a result. So I buy all those pencils and pens, and who knows, all 22 of them I might not like. They might not be what I'm looking for. And so then I'll try to find 22 more and try again, and 22 more and try again. And that I find to be a lot of fun. And so then the liking part, I don't know that I can answer for you. Why I like this soap. I like how it doesn't reactivate when I'm rinsing. I like that it is nice and slick. I like that how it smells. I like how it foams. I like how it works in both the bucket and in the foam cannon. But those are subtle differences over, say, something else. I like the brand. I like the bottle. I like the people behind the brand. I like the chemical chops behind the company. I like that it's German. I like that the bottle that they've chosen, and I dropped this one on the ground. I like the label, and so a lot goes into it. But at the end of the day, it's just a sort of a gut decision. It just feels right. All the stuff on this table just feels right. And then if it feels right to me, because being as discerning as I am, and then having bought 22 proverbial soaps, then figuring out what's excellent becomes a little bit easier because of all that body of knowledge. And then having done this my whole life, a lot of products I don't even need to get it to know, because a lot of products are missing a lot of the intangibles, the thing that really doesn't matter as much with the function, but still matters to me. The people behind it, the label, the bottle, the brand, the chops. And so all of that stuff kind of goes into an undefined equation that I've decided is functionally excellent. And sometimes it's a compromise. Like with an MTM M407, I didn't know what the best gun needed to be. I knew it didn't exist. I knew I couldn't have it, and so sometimes it's a compromise. Sonic tools and foam inlays is a compromise. Buying certain things has been a compromise over the years. I think Swiss Trax is still a compromise. I think there's probably a better flooring solution someday. I just don't have the resources, and I haven't figured out what would be a better solution. So I'm making that compromise. The original OG lighting solution from Prime Lights was a compromise, but it was the best we got until I can visit it, until I can get there. And so, in fact, pretty much everything here is probably a compromise in comparison to what the future version of it will look like. And so when you put all this stuff together to create this garage, there's always room for improvement. And that's, otherwise I wouldn't be able to wake up in the morning. Gotta have something to do. Right, Chase? As you eat leaves off of your fur. He's cleaning himself.
But that's the element of the pursuit, It's like there's always something to improve upon.
Mm-hmm. It's the pursuit of functional excellence. That's the tagline. And the continued pursuit. Yeah. I think that's the story.
He's asking if there's anything to improve upon the Krenzo Kayla 2022, since it's been out for 10 years now. Is there anything that's going to change on that thing?
Yeah, I think there's a whole new design that we could do at some point. Making a dedicated 20 amp version would be one thing to get more pressure and flow out of it. I would want to put a custom hose and hose reel on it instead of the one that's on there. So once I get this distribution model figured out, my plan is to go revisit and really sit down with Krenzla and make some OG specific versions and do some of these improvements that I'm hoping to see. We're not going to improve much in flow and pressure with 15 amps or 20 amps, or so we're not going to get much more out of it. But I think we can improve some of the ergonomics of it, like the hose and the cart and making dual versions and silenced versions and stuff like that.
So what pen should he buy?
I don't know yet. I'll let you know. I bought a bunch of, what I'm in search of, not high-end pen, but like a normal pen that you would buy like a box of 12. And so I bought a lot of Japanese stuff and German stuff and American stuff, bought a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to find out. I like a very fine tip pen. I don't like a 0.7 or 0.9. That's for Neanderthals. I want it to be crisp. I like to write small. So that's the thing, is how small is too small. So I bought like 0.2, 0.3, 0.38, 0.4, 0.5. I know I don't like 0.7. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to like a fountain pen. So I'm looking for crisp. But is 0.2 too crisp? Does it not function well? So I ordered a bunch of different, and then what color do I like? Ordered a bunch of different colors, different styles. It's going to be good. And then what I've also learned is once I figure out the actual cartridge that I like the tip, then I could buy some fancy, titanium, because a lot of the fancy titanium and fancy, pens will accept those cartridges. So before I buy the fancy pen, I want to figure out what the internal cartridge looks like, or whatever you call that thing. I'm probably not even using the right term.
Can you share anything on the mouse phone cannon? Is there any secrets?
No, I mean, you can see it in the video of the last day of SEMA, so day 4 of SEMA. He has to send it to me, and we're working on, it's quick disconnected. I kind of want to just look at the bottle and the type of bottle and how we're going to do it. So no secrets, just what you saw. I haven't really put much thought into what I would change on it yet until I get it and can use it.
And asking where do you find the time to do all of this?
Well, I mean, this is what I do. Yeah, I mean, this is my job, right? This is my reason for existence. And so, say yesterday we did the live stream, and I was back here by, say, 2 o'clock, and I'm, watching the Steelers, and who were the Steelers playing yesterday? Steelers Bengals. And that's when I was searching for, so yesterday what I was doing, I was searching for how I'm going to organize the desk drawer and deciding if I could fit Hayfla in there. And then I was looking at and making a list of, I need to bring my fancy Japanese scissors back to put in my desk here. And I don't know, that's just when I'm doing research. Sitting on the couch, just like anybody else would. But instead of wasting time just sitting on the couch watching the game, I'm multitasking. And so I think the way you find time is to figure out a way to multitask. I don't think that's a good formula for everyone, though. Sometimes you can get nothing done if you're doing too much. It just depends on your personality, I guess, your tendencies. I was also putting my spreadsheet together for the hex Allen keys, the hex keys. And I didn't save it, and I closed it. I'm actually kind of glad I didn't save it because I wanted to start over anyway. I was getting a little too confused. was also looking for a tabletop gun safe as well for, next to the, on the nightstand. So I was doing some work on that. Just shopping. I like shopping. The bed sheets, figured it out. Egyptian linen. I have it here. What did I do with my phone? Figured out the best bed sheets, man. Especially if you have a really deep mattress. I just had to go and tear it apart to figure out which one it is. Royal Tradition by Egyptian Linens. And it's the 1,000 thread count heavyweight version. It's really good. They have a 22-inch deep version for like giant mattresses, and they also have a regular pocket version. I don't know how to explain it. When you get it, you'll hate it. You're like, this feels like a sweatshirt. But it's like that heavy weight is perfect. Because it's still 1,000 thread count, so it's super, it's actually made in California too, so it's made in the US, supposedly. It says it on the tag anyway. Royal Tradition by Egyptian Linens. And it's the 1,000, because they have a bunch of different versions. It's the 1,000 thread count version. They're on sale today for $230 for a king set. But if you don't, my mattress is 21 inches deep. So you don't want the 22-inch deep. It would be so big, and it would be flopping around. So you would want the regular pocket. But it also has like the Tempur-Pedic strap, like the little corner strap. It has that on it. It's real good. And they're not, crazy expensive. But I had to buy, it's tough to buy sheets because every set of sheets is somewhere between $200 and $600. So I bought at least a dozen of an average. So I've spent at least $4,000 on sheets in the last couple of years. That doesn't look right.
This is the right one. The heavyweight 1,000 thread count.
Yeah.
$240.
Yeah.
I think we're showing it on the stream.
Yeah, it's good, man. So I had to waste $3,300 to find that. And watch, they'll discontinue it now. Or they're going to have a boom, and everybody's going to be buying the. But I'm telling you though, you'd be shocked. You'd be like, "What is Matt thinking?" Until you sleep on them, you're going to be like, "These are too thick. It's too much."
Do you actually use the sheet or use?
Oh yeah, for sure. The sheet's the best part. So usually it's the sheet. So I don't like a comforter too much, right? And so the comforter I want just on the edge of my feet. I want the ability to kick it off, right? And so in a perfect scenario, you only need the sheet. So you have sheet, blanket, comforter. The blanket has to be thin. So sometimes, like this time of year, I would use the sheet and the blanket.
But not a quilted blanket.
No. Just like a little thin, like the in-between blanket, But my feet are tucked in. Yeah.
Like you put on the edge of the blanket, like you don't kick it out, you said?
No, it's got to be under the blanket. It's got to be covered. But, I'm too tall, so my feet hang off the edge, right? So they have to hang down the side because, the way it goes.
So they're saying Vault-Tec for the desk safe, gun safe.
Yep, that's exactly the site I was on. Funny. Yeah. I want one that plugs in because the last one I had was batteried, and then you don't check it all the time, and so then I can't get in it. Like, what's the point? The time you're going to need to get in, you're trying to swipe your finger or the biometric thing, and the batteries are dead, and you're screwed. You get your face shot off. The whole point of it is to be able to get access to it. The Vault-Tecs are pretty cool though. Like some of them have like an iPhone charger and like a, But I think I'm thinking the way to go maybe though is like Fort Knox and do the non-battery at all. Just it's like the push button one. You say like 1113 or something like that, or 11364.
Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, whatever. Or I just put it in the darn, just stick it on the table. My kids are old enough now; it doesn't really matter.
Trigger lock.
Yeah, but you want it. You want it to be ready.
Well, yeah.
You know.
It's a dilemma, right? How available is it versus how safe is it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, Voltec. I was on that site last night messing around. What else was I looking at here recently? My Secret Santa gift. Oof, wait till you guys. Somebody's gonna want to be hit the lottery this year. It's gonna be real good. Real good. I was shopping for that the other day. It was something else I was shopping for. Oh, I've been all about the home theater. I was shopping for TVs. I may or may not have had Michael reach out to Hisense to get that 115-inch for Helen. See if I can get see if I can do like a collaboration with them. I'll probably hate that TV though. There's something else I've been working on all week, outside of pens, pencils, and paper. I gotta finish the tools.
All right, I've got a good question here. He's from Denmark. He's asking, do you like the chase after a product just as much as the enjoyment of the product use?
Oh, way more. Yeah, I like the chase way, way more than the use of the product, for sure. That's the fun, the chase, the getting it, the unboxing it, the organizing it, figuring out where it needs to go. The using it part is the worst part. I don't want any part of that. But sometimes the use, like let's say you get a great bike and then you ride that bike a lot, you get a huge benefit from it. Even though the riding it sucks, the result is the same thing with detailing. The result, modifying a car and putting a great exhaust on it, that chase, it's fun to shop for and consider it. It sucks to actually execute and do the work, but then the result is where the addiction lies. That's where the addiction is.
All right, Matt, what do you think? How do you feel there? We've got an hour and 20 minutes technically. We're going to stick to the schedule.
Okay.
Till Q&A at 4:30, or we could just keep this rolling, do a Q&A now. We'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, I think we should spread it out. Whatever we're doing's been working.
Yep. So people can save their questions here.
Yeah. All right, so Bryn was saying there is getting a meeting set up with the fire code. Appears as though the code has a caveat for residential appliances in commercial settings, but contemplates a UL 300A suppression system. These are two links of examples. The only ones I can find go 36 inches wide. Didn't know if that was sufficient. Yeah, probably not. Fire-ready range hood. That's interesting. We can just do two of them. Two of them. Yeah, I say we come back this afternoon, and so our plan was what, 3 to 4:30?
No, we can make it that.
Oh.
We would go 4:30 to 6.
Oh.
But I think we could certainly push it up.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Let's do, so if we, what's our next topic going to be? Or do we just exhaust it?
Our next thing is the Q&A. We were just going to dive into any and all products. I mean,
Yeah.
we can continue going into the cabinets if you want. We could, or we could just.
So if we went, say, from 3 to 4:30, that would be pretty cool.
3 to 4:30, and then Q&A at the end of that.
Well, yeah, I think we just Q&A into that or during that.
Yeah, that's what
I think it'd be cool to show them the audio system and the TV setup, so I'd like to talk about that. Vacuum, so we talk about the vacuum and what we're working on developing there, the air compressor. I'll show them some detail on the steady racks. I don't think I've really demonstrated that for people, so we can kind of do that. Some of the things we haven't talked about the last couple of days. We'll talk about the Cox hose reels, and then we can kind of Q&A through that. Yeah, I think that will be good. And then we've covered the whole garage. Maybe we'll show the light operation as well. Show them the garage doors. Just kind of go around the garage here and show them some of the more garage specific stuff. And talk about garage design as well.
perfect.
Yeah,
So we'll be back in an hour and 20 minutes.
yeah, we're gonna go make some eggs. We're at 92,000 in sales.
We hit 260 something yesterday.
Yeah.
So we even exceeded what
Oh,
we
yeah.
predicted. So if we do 650 today, which is what we think we'll do, we'll be like,
We have an email going out.
I believe so.
Yeah. Yeah, it always hits at last several hours of the day, right, Chase? Yeah, let's do that. I like that. You like that? What are we gonna do? Now I'm live. Check, check, test, hello. Back. We don't give a crap about being PC here. I just do whatever I want to do. Live, stutter, stumble, blink. He's been hurting me today. I don't know what the heck, I got something in or something. So I wanted to do some garage specific stuff, go through some garage design stuff. You do have some time. If you reach out to the guys who are on standby, email design@obsessedgarage.com if you want to do flooring, cabinets, tools, lights, vacuum system, pressure washer, anything. If you need some help that's a little bit beyond your scope, the guys know the products really well and they'll help you out. So they're on standby. We're going to extend. So if you get in the queue here today, then they don't get, like, even if you got with them like at midnight, you can get back. They'll get back to you, and we're going to extend the sale for a week for design, as long as you reach out ahead of schedule. Come on, Chase. He doesn't want to miss out. So let's talk a little bit about, audio and what I set up in this garage. I keep coming back to this system. So we're going to be redesigning, and we've redesigned the vast majority of our packages. So I view the garage systems, I think it depends on what you're looking to accomplish, but I like studio monitors in the garage a lot. Unless there's a very specific speaker, like if you really like Dyne Audio Evokes or something like that. If there's, or like in my last garage, I really wanted the Heritage specials in my garage. So the special edition speakers, and so then I did a normal, what we call passive speaker setup. And so this studio monitor setup is active, meaning that these speakers have the amplifier built in. There's actually 3 channels of amplification on each speaker. And so in the hierarchy of speakers here in the garage, you can do, these are the, what I would call the ultimate. And then you can kind of work your way down from here or work your way down. So we'll sort of start at the top and work our way down the list. But so these are Core 59s. It's a single, roughly 8-inch woofer, 3 or 4-inch mid bass driver, and then single 1-inch tweeter. Now, the reason why I think these work so well in the garage, notice the face is flat. So there's no curve, so we would call that a near field speaker. It's designed to not disperse the sound outward, it's designed to sort of disperse the sound forward. They're designed to be, you're sitting 10 feet or so from them in a recording studio, and so they're made for mastering. And so you don't want to disperse the sound. You want it to come right out at you, and so that works really, really well in the garage here because we have concrete walls, glass, metal, concrete floors, metal countertops, metal cabinets. So it's not a particularly good listening environment. And so the near field design, I think, helps with that. We're also decoupling with the isoacoustics little thingy here, the isoacoustics foot or stand, to decouple it a bit from the metal surface. And then silk dome tweeter. So silk dome tweeter tends to be a bit more subdued, combined with sort of the laid backness of a Dyne Audio speaker in general, and you end up with a really great setup. So these have Pascal Class D, amplification. I think we get 500 watts for the woofer, 250 watts for the tweeter. So yeah, it's 500 watts per woofer, 250 watts for the tweeter. So it's like crazy amounts of power in a single speaker design. And then in here, the way that I have this system set up is, so I have XLR running from the preamp to this speaker, XLR running from the preamp to that speaker, so we pre-wired it. I have single XLR running to the subwoofer, and then in the cabinet here is where I have the C658. So the C658 is a preamplifier, so there's no amp built into this. And so think about how simple this is. Preamp, plug it into the wall, 3 XLR cables, 1 to each speaker, 1 to the subwoofer, and you're done. This has Dirac on board, and so what I did is I took the microphone, I stuck it here, put it in place, and then you pay for the Dirac license, and it runs a frequency sweep, and you do it in a couple of different positions. and then you get a sort of a calibrated audio experience. And that also helps with some of the phase here in the garage and the echo, some of the disadvantages to it. You can then adjust the frequency to your liking and end up with a really great listening experience. And so what I'm doing here is I'm using my phone through the BlueOS app. So my phone becomes a remote control because BlueOS is on board on our preamplifier, right? So BlueOS is connecting and telling that to turn on and telling it to play the native music. And so if I have a Tidal subscription, I'm able to go into Tidal and I'm able to listen to essentially whatever music I want. And it tells you the quality of music. It's probably going to be a little too fuzzy on the screen here for you guys. And so let's say I'm listening to a perfect circle. It says HR for high resolution. I'm not going to be able to play it here because we'll get copyrighted. And so this particular file is FLAC, so it's a high-res file, 24-bit, 44.1 kilohertz. So you can get as high as 24-bit, 192 kilohertz on Tidal. And so I'm able to listen, let me see about, here's Chris Stapleton, 2496. Let me see if there's anything in here, 44.1. Let's see if Adele is recorded in 44.1, 2496, 44.1, 1644.1, so that's CD quality. So I'm able to listen to whatever I want to listen to in high res, original, sometimes better than original format of like what a CD would have been on my system. So this setup is, what is this? You got 4, 3, so that's 7, 10. This is like $12,000 for this system, something like that. So from here, you would go down to Core 47s, just a little smaller woofer. If you had a subwoofer, the difference between a Core 59 and a Core 47 is not that much, but it's also not that big of a delta in price. From there, you would go Core 7s and a Core sub. From there, you would go Core 7s and a Core sub compact to just do the smaller subwoofer. And actually, in the garage, a Core sub compact is, what is that, $1,300 less than the Core sub. So it's actually quite a bit less, and not all, I'm not using the full capability of this sub here in the garage anyway. So this sucker with the quad 9-inch woofers is pretty legit. I have to finish up the wiring here, tying that up. From there, you would go to LIDs. So you could do LID 48s, which is quite a bit less amplification, but half the price of these. So core, you'd have LID 48s, down LID 8s, and then you could do Core 5s or LID 5s, so you can kind of go down the line. And so a set of LID, let's say you did a set of LID 8s. What are those, like $1,000? No, those are, I think, yeah, $1,600 a pair. And then what you would do with that is you'd get yourself the new Dynaudio Node at $600. And so your 1,600 plus 600, so $2,200. The new Dynaudio Node, the new Bluesound nodes that we have, still all the same high-res stuff. It has direct on board, so you can do full direct calibration. 80% of the way there to this for $2,200. And then if you buy it today, and if you're into the X number, you're going to save yourself a bunch of money. You'd be $2,000 for that setup. I mean, that would be really awesome setup. If you could swing it and go up to LID 48s, so the same horizontal version, a set of isoacoustic stands, LID 48s, and a Dynaudio and a Bluesound node, man, that would be an amazing system. And then you can add whatever subwoofer you want. If you put an SB2000 with that, for what is an SB2000, $1,000, so $1,200. So you're, you know, if you're less than $3,000, you've got like a transcendent system, like an amazing audio system for the garage. But it really is that simple. 3 wires and plug it in. Same thing with nodes, same thing with LEDs. It really makes it really super simple. Now, since these have amplifiers, they do need to be plugged into the wall as well. So I guess that adds a little bit of complexity to it. If you can't plug it in, that's when you would go passive. So that's when we would do a power node and a pair of like B50 PSBs or something like that. You know, if you could run speaker wire, which is oftentimes easier, if you don't have a way to plug in the speakers individually, then you would just do like a passive setup. So if you go to the audio page, you click on, and we have all these different packages built. The next evolution of this high-end package will be to replace the C658 with the node icon that's coming. But this audio system also will be set up with HDMI as well, so I can play my TV through the speakers in the garage as well. So not ideal, but it does work and does work okay. You know, what I may end up doing in here is just putting a sound bar with the TV and doing 2 separate systems. But it does work either way. I'm interested to see how the node icon does. If it's less clunky than the C658, then I may end up setting that up. My last garage where I set up the full 5-channel surround it worked really well in the garage center and everything. So I think for most garages, a 2-channel setup is probably the way to go. And then, I've tested all these different systems, and so we have built out those packages in the store. The other thing I wanted to talk to you a little bit about was the vacuum system. So we're testing the 20 amp 240 volt version, but I do have the vacuum, and I actually haven't used this thing yet. So let's pull the hose out. The one thing I'm testing out with the 240 volt version, if I turn it on right now, so we put a switch on the wall here, the whistle is brutal. So let's see if we pull the hose out. I want to see how this does. I'm guessing it's probably still going to whistle like crazy. And so the question I have is a 240 volt, dual tangential motor worth the extra noise? And if it's going to whistle, then it's not worth it at all. Is it worth that extra cost versus the regular OG version? Oh yeah, okay. That's good. The whistle's gone. I wanted to see what 50 feet of hose was like. So in this garage, obviously I've got plenty of hose to work with here. So the advantage of this vacuum is that it doesn't go into bypass. Wow, that's pretty incredible. So I got some accessories here. Actually, let's vacuum the floor, the Swiss track. This guy. And I'll show you the rest of the system. So this is the Cox hose reel version. You could do the Haida hose version. Oh yeah, this is great. Need to clean up my white tiles here. So we specifically chose this particular brushless tool for Swiss tracks, and it works great. So I haven't put the muffler on it yet. I can already tell the suction on this is pretty remarkable. And the regular OG system is pretty sweet, but if I was a professional, the question we're hoping to answer is would it be worth going up to this big, the big 240 volt version? I don't know if I'm going to answer that today, but the whistle went away, so that was good. This will be riveting content. I'll just vacuum the whole floor. Be here for like an hour. Yeah, this is freaking killing it, man. With the extra suction. So if you want to go out on a limb and you want to buy the 240 volt, just email design and we'll get it done. I haven't, we stocked the regular 15 or the regular 20 amp version, the regular 110 volt, 120 volt. Let me turn this off and I'll show you how this is set up here. It's pretty addicting though. This is a Swiss track sales pitch in that this is all you need. And you're just sucking up all the dirt right up through it. It works great. If you did this once every 6 months, you'd be good to go. We've been doing all the construction in here, so this is good. All right, let's stop screwing around. Look at this. Pretty, I mean, the regular 20 amp, the regular 120 volt version of the OG vac is legit. The question I'm looking to answer, is it worth, I don't know how much more this one is, but I think it's probably at least $500 more. Huh? Yeah. So let me show you how this works. So let's wind this thing back up. So the concept here was that this is still, even though it's not the hide hose version, this vacuum setup here is with the hose inside the cabinet is still really clean, simple. It only takes a few seconds to wind back up. It's a much better experience, I think, than having to get the vacuum out and put it away. That's pretty sweet. The only problem is that the static gets my vacuum hose kind of dirty. So can we hand hold and I'll show you how this works in the room here. So I got a switch right here. I turn it off and on. It's a regular switch, which you could do with the current OG vacuum. So the only difference here is we have the accessory package, we have the hose. We figured out the hose. We had some problems with the hose breaking inside, so we've got a new indestructible hose. We have the accessory package. We have all the different stuff you need to make it work. And then the only difference in this system is this big boy back here. In my chaos. So here's the unit. So this is dual tangential motor. So there's two motors, and it's not silenced. It's got a bigger bag, obviously a much bigger unit. And so this thing here is going to be somewhere around 70 decibels, 72, 73 decibels. I haven't measured it yet. Again, you saw the very first time I've used it. And so I'll have more input on whether or not it makes sense to do the big boy. Because I guarantee you the regular small silenced canister. So the main advantage, because I'm going to have a door here and a door here, and it's behind a wall, so I decided to do the big boy. But if you're going to do in a normal garage or in a normal detailing studio, and you have it, let's say you had it on the wall in your studio, you're going to want to do the regular, 120 volt version. It's not lacking on suction. This one certainly has more, but it's maybe 10-15% more. The main reason would be if you're doing like high volume and just using it all day, every day, it's going to run cleaner, run a little less hot because of the different motor design. That's pretty sweet though. I like it.
Yeah, we actually had a few questions about just like switch tracks and like what you were doing and what it is and how it works.
So remember, Swiss Tracks is a 3/4 inch. Here, I'll grab one for you. It's 3/4 inch thick tile. I have some loose ones over here. So here's one of the white ones. So you can see it's pretty stiff plastic, right? So it's not rubberized or anything, but it's a thicker polypropylene plastic, I think, poly type plastic. It's 3/4 inch thick. You can see the peg and loop system, and Swiss Tracks has the best peg and loop system of all the competitors. But the tile is 15 3/4 square, so 15 3/4 this way, 15 3/4 this way, 3/4 inch thick. So because it's 3/4 thick, there's tons of dirt under here. Now, maybe not quite as much because I just vacuumed most of it up. But the dirt, so let's say I took I went out and grabbed a handful of dirt and I threw it on the ground. Because these RibTrax Pro are rounded, what happens is the dirt hits it, and 98% of it falls down underneath the tile. And so if you look at the tile being 3/4 inch thick, you would have to have 3/4 inch of dirt to be able for it to sort of poke out the tile, if you will. And so the advantage of this thicker tile, also with the channeling for water to run, the advantage of this is dirt goes under it, but because of the way they designed the underside, water can still run under and out. So if I was, let's say I was doing woodworking, would be a really simple example where if I grabbed the table saw and it shot a bunch of sawdust, it would actually fall down underneath the tile. You'd have to get 3/4 inch thick of sawdust for it to poke out. But then the nice thing about it is, sawdust specifically, I could take that vacuum or really any vacuum attachment and just vacuum it up, vacuum it straight up through the tile. So it's very counterintuitive. Your brain says, man, I don't want all the dirt going under the tile. I don't want it getting all over the place. Well, it really isn't a non-event. That's really the main benefit. I know it's counter to what you think, but the main benefit of it is that it always looks clean, even when you get like a little piece of leaf or something like that. I can easily just go and pick that up or vacuum it up. There's a little piece of tape under here or something that occasionally you get a little bit of debris or leaves or something like that. But versus a regular bare floor where I feel like I need to sweep it all the time, the dust, the sand, the dirt, the particles of dirt outside of like a leaf or something that sits on top of the tile disappears. And so I only have to deal with it once in a while rather than, when I had just the bare concrete floor, I was sweeping it out every other day because the dirt is sitting right on the surface. So the other thing you can do, the common misconception here, or the common question, I'm going to grab, this is not one of my organized drawers yet. I'm going to grab one of these. So this is a floor tile popper that our friend Jean makes these for us. And so I find the spot on the tile where it connects, I put this in and I can pop the tile up. And so I can pull the tiles up and pop it back in place. So let's say the one time every other year where I dump some oil on it, I just pop the tile up, pop 3 or 4 tiles out. Actually, once we finish the construction of this, I'm going to pop this whole, I'm going to take it out in like probably 2 decent sized sections, pull it out in the driveway, and do a quick, APC, probably maybe even like a built Hamber touchless clean to the tiles, sweep the floor. And so if you live up north where you're getting all kinds of stuff on it in the winter, you just pop it out once a year. You can go and just all-purpose clean it. What I'm going to do, I'll just take my floor broom, I'll spray it with, built Hamber all-purpose cleaner. I'll use the broom to kind of agitate and sweep it. I'll pressure wash it back off, and then I'll let it dry out in the sun. Then I'll pull it back in and pop it right back in place. So I won't take the edges off. I'll probably pull sort of the white border in like 3 different sections, and that's how I would clean it up. The other thing that's a common misconception are screws. So I can kind of show you this here. So let's see if we can find like something smaller. So like a smaller screw. And if I drop it, notice, it just sits on the tile. You'd have to have something really, really small to fall through it. But like any kind of nut or bolt or screw or anything like that, if you drop it on the floor, the advantage is it just kind of sits on top. If you drop, any kind of little thing, it'll generally stop and sit in place. Whereas if I drop it on a regular floor, I drop a smaller like drywall screw or something, it just sits and doesn't roll across the floor or disappear. So that's another common misconception. You have to have something tiny. Let me see if I can find something. I don't even have anything in here that would fall through it. Maybe like a really small washer. This washer, see, that washer would fall through, and so you'd have to pop the tile up to get it. But I mean, how often are you doing that too? I mean, most things are going to be bigger than what would fall through the tile. And even this, 2 out of 3 times I throw it, it's very rarely going to fall through the tile. And so you have to have something really small and thin to fall through it. And then the other advantage, usually you can just see it. Again, if you have the floor tile popper, you just pop it up. So that's Swiss Tracks. These are, I think it's $4.96 a square foot retail. And then we have it at 10% off, free shipping. And so I think actually retail list price is $5.96 a square foot. We sell it for $4.96. So each tile is bigger than a square foot. It's almost it's like 1 3/4 square feet. It's 1.7227 square feet per tile. So if I take 15 3/4 and multiply by 15 3/4 of an inch, I get 1.7227 square feet. So this tile here, they sell them in 6 packs. They don't like to sell them individually. So the 6-pack, I think, is $51.50 retail, so it works out to be, like $8 a tile or something like that, because it's more than a square foot. But that bigger tile and the pattern makes it look more substantial than like a 12 by 12 race deck. Race deck in general is a half an inch thick. They do have a bigger 15 by 15 tile, I believe, but it's only a half inch thick. Their interlocking system isn't nearly as robust, so it tends to get clickety-clackety. This floor tends to be quite a bit sturdier, and it's Chase approved. He doesn't seem to mind it. He's out here laying on it all the time with me, so. You can use it, I use my floor jacks on it like this. So I've got my pit boss jacks. If you want a jack, this would be a great gift for somebody. If the guy's got everything, just want to buy him something fancy, and $2,200 jack, this is it. But both floor jacks will work. They won't crush the tile. Most jack stands are going to need some sort of plate. Otherwise, you're going to indent the tile. And at $8, $9 a tile, you don't want to do that if you can help it. So that's the Swiss Tracks, all the detail you could ever want. So another thing in the garage here that a lot of people have been asking me about are the steady racks. This is not the best example because one is meant for the e-bike, but I'll show you how. I'm ready to take the steady rack off because so let's say the car in the way, you would just kind of take the bike, pull your brake, drop it off, and then go. And to put it back on, I just put my knee on the seat, throw it up here, get the rear wheel back in the holder. So this is for a really fat tire, so this is a bit bigger than this bike should be using. But the steady racks, we don't sell these. We should. We go to steadyrack.com. that's what I have my on. These are a little bit trickier in that I have to get my bike off. This like for the kids and stuff, this probably wouldn't be ideal. But if I take my gravel bike and I remove it, I would just grab, pull it out, and go. Now this bike is 15 pounds, so it helps. It's a really expensive bike. And then to put it back in, what I generally do is just grab it here, and then I go back up. I put these up way higher than you're supposed to, so it's a little bit funkier. Get this back here, put that in place, put my pedal where it needs to go, so I can put it as close to the wall as I can, like that. It's pretty sick. So I put these up higher so they wouldn't be in the way of my car. I'm actually not going to put the one on that side. I'm going to just do the 3 bikes. I'm taking this bike to Helen, and I'm taking that purple bike to Helen as well. So we'll have 3 bikes in here, I guess, is what I'm going to have. I'll figure out what I'm going to do with the other bikes in the future. I might mount some of them outside. Just put them on the side wall behind all the trees at some point. Chase, leave the UPS guy alone. He knows the sound. What's he doing? He's delivering stuff. He's delivering us stuff. We're getting good stuff, though. It's okay. You hear him? You gonna get him? UPS and garbage guys. He knows their truck sounds. You can smell them. What else was I going to show him? I was going to show him something else. Oh, yeah. So I haven't set up my air compressor yet, but we're going to put the air compressor back next to the vacuum. But we have power. So I have my power reel here. So this is a Cox reel, easy coil, where we actually took and modified this. You could do this yourself as well. We have a video up on the page, but I put a Prolock cord inside of the Cox reel. We don't sell the Cox power cord reel unloaded, so you'd kind of be wasting a power cord. But we took our Prolock, cut it, modified it. Technically you're on your own if you do that. But I've got 50 feet of power cord in the corner here. I wanted it out of the way so I didn't have to see it in this garage, and we had this little bit of extra space. So Mike did my air reel, the OG spec air reel, and then my OG spec version of power cord reel. And I have it tucked in a corner. And because they're both 50 feet, from this corner to corner is probably 33 feet. So I can go out into the driveway with the 50-foot hose reels, and that should cover what I need to have done. So when I'm polishing and stuff like that, the air compressor is going to feed the whole garage. The plan with the compressor is I'm going to order the Compact X, the one we did in Brian's garage, one we did in Fred's garage. I'm going to put that in the closet back there. It's going to be pretty sweet. So super silent. It'll be in the closet next to the next to the entry of the house. So even when it's running, you won't hear it inside the house. It's going to be pretty cool. We have the room since we took the air handler and put it up into the attic. And the attic access, we added this door here. So we have attic access now. There was no attic in this house, so we put boards. And then the next big step is to finish our doors. So hopefully our doors will be here any day. And they got the doors, now they just have to hang them. And so then we have to then cut the holes and put the doors in. So I put an exterior door in. OG dual Krenzel system is going to go over there where the slat wall's going in. It's going to be a sweet setup. And apparently, since I have 5 new cars coming, I'm going to have to get rid of some cars. I'm going to have stuff parked in the driveway. We'll see how that goes. So I won't have 5 new cars for long. I'll get rid of 2 of them. 2 of them will be a giveaway cars that will come and go. And then I'll have the new HQ down the street where I'll be parking cars in the future. That's the plan. And I'm going to try to talk to some of my neighbors. Maybe I can rent some garage space from somebody or something like that. That would be cool. Evo. So the Evo is going to go, when the Bronco gets here, we'll decide if I'm going to sell the Raptor or not. So I think because Michelle is not running around as much, most of what we're doing is here. Kids are going to sports and stuff right here. So I think, we'll see if this will work, but I think that I could deal with having like a family car. I'm going to have to clean it more often. And so what my plan is, was to simplify. These two are staying, right, theoretically. And so these two stay, other cars rotate around it. And so I have the two Amiras coming that will be just for the fun, for the giveaway. So we're gonna give those away in a raffle, or whatever you want to call it, giveaway on the site. That'll be early spring. Hopefully we'll be done with the giveaway on those when my GT4 RS arrives. And so theoretically my GT4 RS will arrive around the same time that my design studio is done. So this car and the GT4 RS will probably spend most of their life there. My M3 will spend its life here. So I'll have M3, Model S here, Bronco here, probably parked outside most of the time, golf cart, and then the two other cars down the street as sort of the mascots for OGHQ. That's my plan, but we'll see how that goes. Could change any day. So the Evo's going to have to go. I'm going to put it back to stock and sell off all the parts, and then make a really good ad and sell it. But I have to detail it, so a nice quick light polishing, recoating, and then get it ready for sale. Has 5,600 miles on it, something like that. So it's about ready to go. It won't take much to get it set up. And what I'll probably do is sell the car list it for 80 or something like that, 75 or 80. And then I'll sell off all the parts. I have probably $35,000 worth of parts on this thing. So I'll sell the parts for 20, 15, something like that. And I'll get, say I get 90 grand out of it. I'm 120 grand into it. It'd be worth it. It was worth what it did for me at the time. It did it. So what I'm going to replace this with is a Model S. Is my plan. Let's see how that goes. So this garage is pretty simple. I mean, the other thing you would add to the garage would be a magic stairs and a magic lift. I couldn't do that here because of the double truss design. I don't want to cut the trusses and put that in. Plus, I've got plenty of storage with the closets back here now. So I'm going to we'll skip it on this house. The other thing we need to do is the Prevost piping for my water lines that we ran across the above the garage. We'll make that look really pretty. We've got some other cool things coming. We're going to be doing some powder coated garage track modular stuff. So we're going to teach people how to do that. So you can buy it and we'll ship it to you and show you how to DIY that. We also have some door insulation that's coming soon, where you can put a radiant barrier on there and it'll send the heat out of the garage. It can be pretty sick. So we got all kinds of stuff coming for the garage. I do need to figure out how to become a dealer for these LiftMaster door operators as well. They've been functioning pretty well. So this garage I would expect to be done like in the next week or so. We're going to Helen, so let's say the next 2 weeks I'll have the doors in, and then by then my mudroom stuff should be here. So put the mudroom together. So we're a couple of weeks out from having this fully functioning, with the exception of the pressure washer, which I'm waiting on a few parts to finish that. And then from there it'll just be tweaking stuff, new TV, playing with some other speakers and things like that over time.
Some people were asking about the DI system. What's the updates on that?
Yeah, so we redesigned the valve, we redesigned the internals to fixed piping, and so we have the final cabinet prototype. So the cabinets look good, the tanks are good, the meter I think is good. We just had to change the valve to be. We had a consultant who kind of tore us apart and said, you're going to want to change this, this, and that. So we're changing a few things internally. So we're hoping, next month or so we'll have that completed so we can put it in my garage, and then from there launch pre-orders and roll. I don't know how much it's going to be yet. Somewhere in the mid-thousands, so it's going to be quite a bit more than a CR, but it's going to be quite a bit more robust. And then it'll also solve the problem of, it'll have a hose reel mount that turns, it'll have shelves, it'll make your install of your pressure washer much easier because you won't need to do any blocking on the wall or anything. It'll sit on the floor or mount to a cleat. So that's going to be a huge advantage, I think, for people. It'll make it much more DIY friendly to do a single or dual Krenza AR, active setup. It's going to be pretty sick. So not only does it function well as the DI system, it'll function well for install and to hold all your stuff. It's going to be cool, right, Chase? He likes to be in the middle of the action. That's what he does. So I think that now would be a good time to get in and with the design guys, get that locked down. So you might want to go, shoot them an email now so that you can get in the queue. So they'll make sure you get the sale pricing this weekend. What do we got, Nick? We got any questions?
All right, we got a couple questions
I'm
coming
gonna come back over there. Watch out, Chase.
Let's see here.
Feels like it's like 10 o'clock at night, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's only 3 o'clock.
So Mikey asked, why not a Taycan over the Model S?
The whole point of the Model S is for their autopilot, for full self-driving. And so, yeah, that's what I need. And so the Porsche doesn't have that. Plus, a Porsche, well, I guess Porsche sell for, they plummet like a rock too. But I'm going to buy a used Model S for half price. It's a pretty sweet deal, I think. But yeah, I want the full self-driving to help me get back on the road, I hope.
All right, next question from Chris M. Have you ever thought of doing off-site storage somewhere, specifically for your cars? We have garage condos up here in Minneapolis.
Yeah, I don't want that. If I have that, then I got too many cars. So that's my problem. So it just so happens that I've kind of have these cars, like the Amiras I ordered 2.5 years ago, right? And I only ordered one, but Mike, had an allocation, so I'm like, well, maybe we could do a cool giveaway. The GT4 RS, I've been on the list for 3 years, 3.5 years. So this is how it always works. They all come at once. So what was supposed to happen is I was going to get the Bronco and have, and have the Bronco and my 2 cars, and that was it. And so now the GT4 RS showed up out of the blue, and I can't say no to that. The Amiras say no, or I can't say no to that, and so it'll be short-lived. The Model S is a newer thing where that will be short-lived too. I'm hoping that the full self-drive gets me back on the road, and then I can get rid of it.
Awesome. Next question, did you buy the Bronco that was recently listed on a trailer?
No. I bought a brand new Bronco, and then it's at APG right now getting torn apart and rebuilt. It'll be brand new.
Mm-hmm. Hey Matt, is Chemical Guys as terrible as everyone says?
Yes. Thanks. Yeah. I mean, the products can work, but it's not. It's a marketing brand, not a chemical company.
So that's something interesting. Like, I guess maybe you can talk about that a little bit. Is how do you know that it's just a marketing brand versus like a die-hard detailing brand? Because I think a lot of people see Chemical Guys like in Walmart and they're super heavy on the advertising and marketing.
So at one point when they started out, they were even in the beginning they were a kind of a gimmicky marketing brand, but they had some good products, some like class leading products. And then at some point they divert and can kind of quote unquote sell out. Adams is kind of headed down that path too, because Adam built the company, and then he at some point he decided to sell it. And so now, a large conglomerate bought it, and now private equity owns it. And so the original founding, the original passion project becomes more of just a pure business. Doesn't mean it has to fall apart, but Chemical Guys kind of fell apart. So there's not really anything there that makes any sense. They're just trying to sell to the masses. People don't know what they're doing. Could I buy a bunch of Chemical Guys products and do okay with them? Sure. But why do that when you could pay the same amount of money and get really great stuff?
Yeah, I think it's that classic case of like chasing excellence versus just something that works. Of course, Chemical Guys works.
Yeah,
fine.
Armor All, Mother. I mean, everything can work. It's just that I want it to be great. And then I also want to support, companies that are really innovating and investing in it, in what we're interested in.
Another question. This one's from Instagram. They asked, why 6-gallon buckets?
So if you're washing a larger vehicle and you use a 5-gallon bucket, you're going to run out of water. You know, if you're doing a 2-bucket method. So a 6-gallon means I generally don't have to go fill it up. So it's like the appropriate amount of water. That's why I prefer a 6 over a 5. It's subtle. I mean, if you're going to spend $20 on a bucket, then why not get one that works a little bit better? Is the way I think of it.
All right, Brendan Crawford says, just tried traceless for the first time. I think I need to remove the existing oily coat on my stainless appliances first. How do you remove yours? APC?
I don't know. I haven't done that yet. So let me know when you figure it out. Yeah, I mean, I just think that using traceless for a while would probably help. You just shouldn't be careful. You don't scratch up your stainless surface.
You have a preferred stainless cleaner, right? What is that?
It's called Wyman's.
Wyman's. That's right.
But even that, I'm hoping that I can get rid of that and just use traceless.
Yeah, I just use traceless on a little spot on this countertop. I mean, it's the first time I've used it. It's magical. Like, you're not hyping it up at all.
Yeah.
All right. Next question. Why did you stop selling Quincy compressors?
I never sold Quincy. I sold Jenny. The main reason for a Jenny compressor was because there was no rotary screw that was capable of not rusting out or having a problem if you're not running it enough. And so when I discovered FIAC, we found that we very rarely sell a Jenny compressor.
All right. Scott asks, hey Matt, tried any of the Chemex products? The Stars and Stripes is the best touchless wash I've ever used.
My problem with that is, I talked about this in a video here recently, is that I'm sure it works, but there's lots of really aggressive alkaline cleaners that probably work. The question is what is it doing to my coating? And maybe they've tested it, but I would guarantee you they haven't tested it like Pete Hamber does, chemically in the lab. And so, I mean, Chemex, I'm pretty sure, is just, blending it somewhere. But those guys concentrate on trucks that aren't worried about coatings and stuff like that. So, the same thing with, some of the Coach Chemi stuff. I mean, there's some aggressive soaps that can strip pretty well. But I don't want to strip. I want it to clean, but leave my coating intact. And I'm confident of touchless, but I don't know about the others.
Yeah, we've had some communication with the Chemex guys as well.
Yeah, they're good. They seem like good dudes.
They have a crazy pressure washer setup. So if you're into like big trucks and equipment, they're the real deal. Question from Neil White: what Florida mountains does Matt like to tackle on his bike?
The best place to go would be down to Claremont. Sugarloaf Mountain Road. But I don't really do road riding anymore, so I'm just riding on either the golf cart trails or mountain biking. It's crazy to see how much longer the high tower is than it's like the bikes get shorter. My Crux is like 18 inches shorter.
All right, question from Wes. He says, Matt, in a desktop scenario, is there a major difference between the A3s, A5s versus an Emit or a B50?
A3, A5, you're going to reach a headroom limit in a larger room. The amplifier's a little weak in that. And so as you kind of go up the line, it depends on your amplifier. I just find that I can't quite get the amplitude out of an A3 or A5 that I may want if I'm like really jamming out in my office. So that's where getting a D3045 NAD amplifier and then hooking that up there to a set of B50s, I think is a really great combination. Plus, it's whisper quiet. You don't hear any amplification noise or any hiss or anything. So it's a really great desk setup.
All right. Another question here. He says, Matt, I have an OG Ultimate wall mount pressure washer with a 4-year-old VE52 on it. Mm-hmm. I have a 630 and a 1322 in my cart. You make the decision for me.
Oh, 1322 for sure. The only reason you'd buy the 630 would be money, in my world. The AR has better specs. It has a theoretical better pump design, but the AR is like the Corvette, for some people, it's the way to go. But I'm buying the Porsche, even though it's flawed and not, an inferior, base platform. The engineering and design and the different iterations and the continued improvement of that inferior design is where I think Pressol wins.
All right, Craig is asking, any interest in trying the new active foam cannon?
I don't need to. It's not good. Like Rios, the MTM's better. So if it was like $25, isn't it like $100?
It's comparable to the Grios, yeah.
Yeah. So why would you not buy the best? Yeah, I don't. I mean, they're building that to provide it to, I guess, their customer base or be able to include it in pressure washers, which I think is good. But again, everybody's chasing this holy grail of something that you can tell from 10 feet away, whether it matters or not.
All right. Next question is from SoCal Mike. Are there any similar Cox Reels vacuum hoses if you only need 30 feet or so? I have a small garage and would need to be creative, as I believe the
Well,
ones
you
carry.
do the same hose reel, but you just cut the hose. And if you're going to do that, why don't you just keep the 50 feet on it?
Yeah, I think
It
he's
doesn't
saying
really
that the
save
reel
anything.
is protruding too much from the wall when we sell.
Yeah, I don't have a solution for you on that one. That's the problem. Without you just, coiling up the hose and putting it on like a hose holder on the wall, which would be annoying.
Could do a hide hose system, if
Yeah,
possible.
yeah, but that's way harder. Because you have to run it 30 feet in a loop.
Right. Why is the interiors so?
It's just tight areas, not comfortable. It sucks even more for me because I'm trying to video. It's hard to video. It's just, I hate it.
Fair enough. Why does wait? I already asked that. Matt, OG sells certain CarPro products. I don't see D-scale on the list, but have you ever tried it?
Yeah, I think it needs to be added to the list. It's really good. I'm toying with the idea of getting rid of reset and putting D-scale in its place.
Just added that to my to-do list. I'll talk to Tommy about that for you. Will you do long-term garage updates like Ed Bullion and others?
I do need to go up and see Ed one of these days. I don't know. I'm kind of a once I'm done with it, I'm done with it. We went back to John's garage, although I don't think I videoed that. I think it was just inside the hex. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so many new things to do that, I don't really want to go revisit if I can help it.
Yeah, we got some new garages in the works that we'll be working on soon enough anyway.
Yep.
All right, Matt, since you're going to Helen, you should check out Mulberry Gap. It's an awesome place to mountain bike. Great trails.
I'll check it out.
Mulberry Gap.
Yeah, because Rusty and Michael are not going to be able to do the Olympic trails. Their hearts are gonna explode. I almost killed my calf last time. It's not easy to do. It's like as soon as you go, it's like 800 feet straight up, just heart exploding.
It's miserable.
Yeah.
All right. What is the Pen and Paper podcast called?
Didn't I find it yesterday? Was it? Shoot, I already lost it. I didn't actually listen to the podcast. I was just on his site. Let me see if I can find it here for you. Pen. The Pen Addict podcast. We're going to get this guy's numbers bumped for him. He doesn't have a YouTube channel. But on that website is where he has, if you click on the menu, the top 5 pens is what I use to buy some pens to at least get me started. And I like, because he likes thin pens, to like, the thinner, like 0.3, 0.4 stuff. So I was like, maybe this guy has the same kind of style as me.
All right, the next question, it says, hi from Finland. Will the new Pressol labels adhere better to the bottles? I have noticed that the current label on the tar remover comes off.
Yep. Well, the tar remover, you don't have a problem. You don't have a choice. You need the new bottle because that bottle is fluorinated. So that isn't the adhesive. That's the product seeping through the bottle. And so that'll be solved. And yeah, the new adhesive is legit. So the bottle is stickier and the adhesive is better.
Awesome. Next question is from Deagle. He was in here yesterday. Matt, what's the plans for when the design studio build series starts?
So I'm going to finish this garage in the next, let's say, December. And so Jan 1, I want to hit the ground running of, I'm meeting with the design team next week, I think. Or no, the following week. I have like a whole day planned to start to finalize the design. I have to get working with my attorney on getting my letter of intent in. And then I'm going to start vlogging and sharing the whole process. So it'll be a huge series. The huge series we were planning on doing at at HQ will be transferred over to that. And I'm going to divert almost all of my attention to that over the course of the next several months.
All right, next one is from Jeff W. He says, could a DIYer install their own jack shaft opener and then your rail system later once you have it?
Yeah, I think so. Yep, I think I can do it. You may need to buy, if you need to wind the spring a bit more, you may need to buy some of the little winder thingies. It's basically just a rod. I have a couple of them in the drawer there that I bought just in case I need them. But you shouldn't really even need to mess with the spring. But yeah, certainly the tracks you just take one piece off at a time and just put it back together with the door in place. It should be super simple. And we're going to have all kinds of DIY videos and stuff for them too.
Matt asks, would you get the wall-mounted solution for the Active 2.0 or just go with the Comet?
I think I'd rather have the Comet.
I think I would agree with that. It's much easier to install.
And then, then swap out the hose and hose reel later.
Right. Any pricing on these Stavilla torque wrenches?
Ooh.
And which is the first one? Which is the first one to get to cover most cases when you need a torque wrench?
The one that would cover most cases would be the 730N/20. I think it's like $1,200.
What's the code on it?
This is the 730N/20. So I think we take the, it might not be that much, maybe it was 9 something, but that was list. I think we sell for 15% off list.
Putting it down.
Yeah. KC Tools probably has it. They sell at MAP. Let me look it up here. Although I wasn't able to find most of these. 730 and this one is N/20.
I'm seeing one here for $450.
730N, size 20. This is the 40 to 200. Yeah, $500. Not as bad as I thought.
And that's the one that you need all the attachments to fit into the end, right?
Well, you could, but you don't really need any of those. The only thing you need is the ratcheting head. So that's like another $100 or something like that. So it's probably, it's around $600 for this. I'll have all pricing on it all pretty soon. All we know is the list pricing on this drawer right here was, what was it, like $12,000 or something like that?
I think it was more than that. I think it was like
$20,000.
A couple thousand per container.
Yeah, because we did all these little fancy heads. They're like $80 a piece or something like that. So you won't want to do that. You'll just basically just want to buy this. Yeah, I have one more coming to complete the set. So my perfect solution is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 torque wrenches. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $6,000 basically. Yeah.
All right. Thoughts on the G87 M2? Do you agree with the idea of it potentially being a future classic?
Oh, no, definitely not. No. It's cool. Future classic, absolutely not. They're making way too many of them. It's too big, it's too heavy, it's too bulky. I do think it can look good though. Unlike the G80, which is unsavable, I think that it can look pretty decent when you know, I&D's done some really cool builds. But it's too big for me. See, the ice cream truck doesn't mess with him. He doesn't care. Ice cream truck, buddy? You want some ice cream?
All right. So I'm in the Northeast after winter for a daily driver. I'm in the Northeast after winter for a daily driver. Would you recommend doing something along the lines of reset, descale, or just touchless and then GSF?
Yeah, that'd be a good case for running descale, you know, and trying to, hopefully your coating is still intact. And then, so descale it. So I would touchless first, then do a descale wash.
All right.
Wear some gloves.
This is a kind of a fun question. Deagle is looking to purchase a detailing kit for his 14-year-old son's birthday.
Okay.
He's just getting into washing his four-wheeler.
Yep. So I would get the basic wash package, I think, you know.
So we actually have a package on the website right now in the flash sale, the detailing flash sale. It's a beginner washing set. So it's even more boiled down than that. It has a couple buckets, some soap, some wash mitts. I think it's 20% off, maybe 25, but that would be a fantastic option.
Nice. Yeah, do something like that. But you know, you just use the OG, use the detailing section, and use the ultimate. Actually, you could use the. It might be a little confusing for you, but use the car washing section of the Detailing Master Collection and just kind of simplify it, narrow it down. Yep. That would be pretty cool. It'd be good to have some brake buster for the dirt bike, ATV.
Question from Car Enthused. He says, Matt, how old were you back when you started the OG YouTube channel?
34.
How old are you now?
44.
So 10 years.
Almost 45. 45 in January.
Does the new DI system require all new plumbing and valves, or can I use the existing parts from the current dual Crensley setup?
It would all be self-contained. You would reuse some of the hoses, like the flexible hoses, but most of it you're not going to need anymore. It's going to be simplified quite a bit. The other option, what you could do is leave the dual on the wall, and you'll just tap into the new DI underneath. So we're going to have a pathway kit for that. And so what you have probably, maybe it's like one or two little pieces to get it to work. Because a lot of people already have it on the wall. We'll just want to pull out the CR and put the new one in place. So that's our plan, is to build a connectivity kit to pull out the CR and go right into the new DI system.
So we'll have some written articles and guides about that as well.
Mm-hmm.
We have a question about Chase's grooming routine. He always looks great.
Yeah, he doesn't get any grooming. I think Michelle washes him, you know, maybe bathes him once every 2 months. And then we have a lady who comes and trims him up. Always cuts him too short. Leaves his tail too long.
Here's a question. Hi, OG. I want to order the basic polishing package today with polishers, but
Yep.
I already have the Milwaukee. Can I get this package with the other two polishers, but not the Milwaukee?
Yep. Yeah, shoot an email to,
Probably just support.
yeah.
They're down to like 1 or 2 tickets, so they're answering almost in real time.
Okay, perfect. So then they'll make you a custom invoice for that.
All right. Ben asks, Atomac for undercarriage touchless. Well, he's not asking. He's just saying. My bad. Hey Matt, what do you think about the G90 and the new M5, aka the Whale?
Yeah, I like that way better than the G80. But, you know, I try to like M5s, but it's just too big for me. Although, you know, when you see one rolling down the road with some wheels and lower and exhaust, I mean, just like OEM Plus, they look pretty sweet.
Should I get an upgrade kit for my Karcher or go with the Comic Static solution? Would the actual pressure washer make that much of a difference?
That's a pretty big difference. You're going to go from 1.4 gallons a minute up to 1.8 and change. So that's a good 30% difference. So I mean, you're going to see a 35% difference. I think you're going to see a pretty significant improvement in the washing experience. So I think I'd probably make that move on the pressure washer. And if you didn't have the funds to do both, make that move in the pressure washer, and then you can always change your gun and hose and stuff like that as you build it. So you'd have a better base platform to build off of with the Comet. I mean, you could also say, well, I just leave the Karcher and then or modify the Karcher, and then I could always replace the pressure washer. I think I would choose the Comet route.
Right. Adam is asking, will Hex Plus members get the same benefits when we open our warehouse in Canada, specifically Canadian citizens?
Yes.
Right. Is there a tool grid starter kit, or should I just order a set of tiles and a couple bags of holders and go from there?
Yeah, I don't think we have anything set up for that yet because it's so specific. You just need to order a bunch of crap and just start working at it, chipping away at it.
Yeah, so we have some of like the Koken toolkits up on the website right now that have examples of what you would do with that. So you can use that as sort of a learning guide, but no, we don't have any starter packages. All right. Hey, Matt, what do you think about Sonos sound bars, TV recommendations for a 55-inch TV?
Sonos is hot garbage. It's the new Bose. It's what everybody does who doesn't know anything about anything. So do not buy that, ever. No Sonos Arc, no Sonos anything. Just don't open up that Pandora box. It's the equivalent of buying an Amazon Alexa. You don't want that junk. And so TVs, you want, I think, LG, either C series or G series. Sony, you can't go wrong with Sony OLED. I'm not a huge fan of mini LED, which is an LCD display. If you're looking for a sound bar, do one of the Sennheisers. So they have 3 different Sennheisers. We have the Ambio Max in stock, but we can get you the other Sennheisers as well. That's, I believe, the best sound bar.
Right. Jim is asking, what are you recommending for people who have cars who sit all week and get dusty from sitting?
Not much you can do. You can get a car cover like my M3 has here, and that'll keep the dust off of it. You can only put the car cover on it when it's clean. But if it's dusty, just resist the urge. You're either going to do a full rinseless wash to it or a full bucket wash. So you want to resist the urge to dust it or wipe it down because you're going to scratch it up. Same thing with PPF, same thing with anything. You don't want to get into that car guy detail spray wipe down. It's just not, you're going to end up jacking up your paint.
What do you recommend to use to get bugs off of the front bumper? Pressure washer wasn't enough.
Well, I mean, you're going to have to do the full wash process, right? So the way that I recommend, make sure your bumper's coated or waxed. Then you do the normal wash process with the built Hamber touchless. That'll get some of it off. Then the GSF two bucket wash, that'll get some of it off. And then you do your final bug removal. If there's still anything left in your final drying aid step when there's no more sand or grit or anything left over. You just don't want to be scrubbing bugs when there's still sand and dirt on the car because you're going to scratch it up.
All right. Do we have any plans of bringing Cree lights into Canada?
Yes, 100%. Good. Yeah, they will operate. I think a lot of Canadians have a 377 volt system, and they'll operate on that as well. So, yep, for sure.
Right. Functional Garage is asking, I would love to have Matt's advice here. So in Eastern Europe, realistically, we can't get OG drying aid at a reasonable price. So my next option is bead maker, but sometimes it streaks. Are there any other recommendations?
Yeah, I think you can make bead maker work. Just get used to the bead maker process. But I think that's a good option. Another good drying aid is CarPro Elixir, which is another good viable option, which is what ECH2O, and reload kind of combined.
Got it. We have some opinions on Sonos here. First person says, Sonos
John?
was the biggest mistake a purchase I ever made. It's trash. I need to invest in a real sound system for my family room.
Mm-hmm.
Then a guy replied to him and said, please don't say that about Sonos. I got 2 pairs of the 6.5 and I plan on putting them in my arcade.
Mm-hmm. You're going to hate them. If you know anything about audio, you're going to hate it. You know, if you know what something's supposed to sound like, it sounds terrible and functions terribly. But they just did a great job marketing it. It looks real pretty, and everybody sees everybody else doing it, so they're like, oh, I guess that's what we're supposed to do. It's the antithesis of my entire existence. That's what Sonos is. Sonos, Bose, you know, it's just nonsense. It's nonsense that's really great, well marketed. If you want that architecture, you do Blue OS. Blue Sound, Blue OS.
All right, Rephrased asks, he says, hey Matt, I ran into a metal object at 70 miles per hour on the highway today in my Model 3 Performance. Large scratches deep into the paint. Are you punting the bumper and buying a new one?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, you're going to have it repainted anyway, so as long as the bumper isn't cracked, you might want to just have them, you know, fill it and repaint it. But I mean, the bumper's it's probably around the same price to buy a new bumper and have that repainted than, you know, to repair the current bumper. I mean, I would assume a Model 3 bumper isn't all that much money. Probably $1,000 or less.
All right, Mac asks, if I add hot/warm water to my pressure washer setup, can it still be run to the CR spotless?
You'd have to have cold water. See, the hot water, warm water will nuke the resin. So you want to be room temperature for resin. So you'd have to have some way to divert or, you know, change the mixing. So like if you do like a prior mixing hose bib, you know, when you're going to run it through the CR, you're gonna want to turn the cold water on.
Chris M is asking, Matt, are you a real Christmas tree guy or a fake Christmas tree person?
Fake. I'm a no Christmas tree person, but we have a fake tree. Fake? Fake or real? Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. It's like he knows to look at the people.
All right, Jim is asking, he says, let's get deeper on the questions here, Matt. What cinnamon rolls do you like the most?
Oh, yeah, that's the Helen House, man. Not the ones that the ones at Fred's were good, but the Amish people up in Helen were there. I think they're the best.
All right, Owen is asking, do you have any interest in exploring the marine side of detailing? The entire space has been swallowed by Walmart junk, and I can see some great success.
That's just such a big job.
You have to get a boat first.
That's something I would hire somebody to do. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want a boat. And so I think I'll leave that to some other people. I thought about it. I almost headed down that path a couple of times, but not for me.
Well, to get a boat, you need a boat house and 1,000 other things. It would be a very expensive product.
I've had buddies say, I need you to get into docks so that way you can solve all the problems for me. I said, I know, but I can't do it for everything, at least not all at once. But I wouldn't be surprised someday to see me, you know, head down that path, buy some fancy house on the water someday.
Could be a destination property.
Mm-hmm.
Could be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Matt, when you were a financial advisor, did you use Mac or PC?
Well, the Merrill platform was a PC, but I eventually migrated to Mac. But like all our CRM and all that stuff was all PC, so I had to use that. What is that, buddy?
Dylan says, I live an hour from Helen, and I can confirm the Amish place is that good.
Yeah, it's really good.
All right, we're closing out on questions here, Matt. So do you have anything you want to share with the viewers or tell them to do or anything like that?
So you've got, how many hours? They got like 10 hours left, 8 hours left, something like that. We do shut it down at midnight Eastern time. Or is it?
This year we're doing midnight California time
Okay.
because
all
we
right.
would get too many support tickets.
Okay. So we're going to leave it up till 3 a.m. Eastern time. And then you can still do design stuff past the window. So have we decided if they haven't reached out, or we're just going to keep it open for the week, and then we'll have a hard...
I think if you're already in the queue or if you purchase the design service today, your discounts will extend, but you will not be grandfathered into it.
Because for those type of people, you ladies, you late people, late to the parties, by the last minute, we need to draw a line somewhere and stick to it. And so that's the tricky part. Because then we'll be 4 months from now, you'll always have a case. Well, you let somebody else in last week, and so that week just keeps going on and on and on and on forever. But if you want to spend a bunch of money, then, and if it's like, hey, I'm either not spending a bunch of money, or I am spending a bunch of money, I think I'd rather I am.
Yeah, if you watch the stream from yesterday too, you'll see, like, I don't know if we showed the whiteboard, but we have 30, 40, 50 people lined up. Some people are paying, some people are still in the design process, but yeah, it's a good time to get in. And then you'll get the discount on the rest of your products throughout the week.
Some cool things that are coming up. We're going to do some Milwaukee specific stuff. We're going to sell off some of my inventory there. I got a few more audio system things if you want a sweet deal there. If you're thinking about doing a home theater, I do have basically a whole setup. I have those BP8s, and I have the PWM3s that I took out of my system, and I can complete the system for you. But if you want like a freaking screaming deal, just email me today, matt@obsessedgarage.com. Like, I'm talking like less than half off, half off or less, just to get it out of my house. So, but I could build you a really sweet system for a fraction of the cost. In fact, just email me. I've got some great ideas if you want to build like a 5-channel or 6-channel, 7-channel system. And I can get you even the stuff that I don't have to complete the system. I'll give you the same sort of sweet deal on that, just to put it all together, so I can get out from underneath the cost of it, and get you into something really cool. But get it shipped out. I have all the boxes and everything for it. But I have 3 PWM3s, 4 BP8 subwoofers, which would be a 6 setup, and then I could add whatever other speakers you need to complete the system. If you wanted some floor standers, we could do that. You need a receiver. All the parts and pieces, all the cables and everything, and deep discount to kind of clean that system up, get it out of my house.
Awesome. So we have 13 minutes left until 4:30. So I guess I have one question for you, Matt, and then I'll let you kind of wrap it up here. We just had record-breaking Black Friday. This is OG's, 5th or 6th Black Friday, something like that. What does this mean to you to, keep hitting these milestones every year? And what does this stream mean to you to be able to, stream for 4 days, connect with your audience? Give me your summary of everything that happened this weekend and send us on our way.
Yeah, I'm super pumped. And when I look at the numbers, I'm always shocked. I'm like, oh my gosh, how could we ever do that? But then when you look at the number of people, it's like a small fraction of the percentage of people that we could reach. And so it is still very encouraging, even to do numbers that I never would have dreamt of. We haven't even scratched the surface of the amount of people that we could meet and introduce to this way of being, this way of living, to build a garage like this. And so I'm super pumped to see that people are responding to what it is we're creating and providing to people. There are times where I second guess, am I going to shoot? Am I out kicking my coverage here a little bit? But I think that 2024 is confirmation that we're on the right track, and so I'm thinking 2025 could be really amazing. We have a lot of things like Pressol bottles and more built Hamber, and we have a lot of different products coming down the pike to really sort of change what we have available. And so if I can go out there and just make more people aware of it, I think next year we could hit 1 million subscribers would be kind of cool. And so it's been a really awesome year and awesome to see. Even just walking around the warehouse yesterday, they weren't really all that stressed out. They're just doing what we do. Whereas the previous year, when my mom said people are crying and ready to quit, and I didn't get that sense at all. Part of it is having the right people. Part of it is having the right process. Part of it is having the right software, right planning. I think the live stream, I'm hoping, I bet you if we could see it, it's probably pretty successful giving you guys ideas on what to get and what to buy, because that's one of the hardest things for people to know what to get you, or what, or you even figuring out what to tell them to get you. So I think hopefully that's been pretty helpful for you guys. And I think that I feel pretty good about our future.
One more question for you. We have a super chat that came in. Tyler Thompson gave $10. He said, will there be any new hats? The label hat and the tonal green were so good. I bought a bunch of them.
We have an ultimate, like a Merlin type fancy hat coming. I'm sure we'll have some other hats for the mirror giveaway coming out. But we have a pretty robust lineup of hats, right? How many hats we have? Like 16 or something like that?
A lot.
Yeah, so we have a lot of different hats. So at least for the foreseeable future, I don't think we'll be adding too much until we kind of, because we had to buy a lot of them in order to get the hats that we have. So I don't have anything specific planned other than that high-end hat that should be here soon, like that moisture or tech hat or whatever they call it.
Yeah, it's like the super thin wicking material.
I would suggest, I want one of each color and each style, so that way I have different colors for whatever I'm trying to match.
That's all we got, man.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for watching. This was a tough stream. Thanks to everybody for putting this together. This is a lot of work for us. It's fun. I think some dude said something like, don't be cringy like other YouTubers. I don't think I've ever seen another YouTuber do 8-hour streams 5 days in a row. That's my freaking idea, And the first time we did it, we were eating sushi. Let's just let the camera run and just run it all day and just do that like before a Twitch stream. Now, Twitch streamers do that, but that's normally you're playing a game or doing something specific. So I've enjoyed this process of just coming up with ideas and doing it. And so I think it's been a lot of fun this weekend. Again, we knew that it would be it'd be a lot of work, but from a engagement perspective, I feel like despite YouTube making our feed look real milky, I think people kind of got the gist of what the weekend's like for us, and it probably sold a lot of stuff for us too. So it's probably a good business move. So anyway, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys. Our next video will be the desk tour of me kind of fumbling, putting my desk together. And we'll have all kinds of detailing content coming up over the next several weeks as I want to dial in the whatever you call it, the Evo here. Do a bunch of wash and talks planned, but the next major series will be a Helen vlog, where I'm up in Helen doing all kinds of crazy stuff, messing with home theater, finding some off-road trails, doing some mountain biking, and then we're going to be running a promo on Helen, so I'm hoping to book up a good percentage of next year. It's going to be $5,000 all in for a whole week for next year. And we're going to run a short little promo for like a couple of weeks. So anyway, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in the next videos. Thanks for a successful Black Friday. Hopefully we have a record-breaking Cyber Monday here today. Generally the orders come in toward the evening. So thanks everybody. See ya.